kids are striving for a healthy breakfast that will leave them thriving. Thrilled about school lunch, let's feed the whole bunch. No kid goes hungry in our state. Use your voices, make your choices, from the Blue Ridge Parkway to the Kitty Hawk Skyway. We can make a difference for the hungry children. No kid goes hungry in our state. Better access with education will make them stronger for generations, for health and wholeness, for joy and power. No kid goes hungry in our state. Use your voices, make your choices, from the Blue Ridge Parkway to the Kitty Hawk Skyway. We can make a difference for the hungry children. No kid goes hungry in our state. As I went walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that endless valley. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land, this land is my land. From California to New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me. This land was made for you and me.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of our 10th annual North Carolina Child Hunger Leaders Conference. We're glad you are with us today from wherever you are. We thank you for joining in. Thank you to Kids Notes and Felicia for that lovely performance. She's a middle schooler from Wake County and trains with Kids Notes, an organization that engages students in pre-K through 12th grade with the goal of using music to transform lives and communities. Like our conference, Kids Notes is also celebrating its 10th anniversary. Thank you to Kids Notes and to their leader, Shanna Tucker, for the wonderful work you do and for introducing us to so many talented students over the years. I'm Luann Crumpler, Director of the Carolina Hunger Initiative at UNC Chapel Hill. We are here with you, and you are here with us in spite of the challenging winter weather. We are thankful that we are able to carry on with our conference today. Another silver lining of going virtual with our conference this year is that we can reach more people in more places. In fact, yesterday we had over 700 participants throughout the day. A few reminders before we get started. Tips for the best Zoom experience possible are available on our website. And if you need help fixing a problem, visit support.zoom.us. Remember that you can control the closed caption feature from the toolbar on your screen and that your view layout may change as we show slides and videos. Our live sessions with speakers and panelists begin on the hour and last about 45 minutes. You can see the full agenda at carolinahungerinitiative.org. In between sessions, this year's conference is overflowing with musical performances, pivot talks, stories from people across the state, and more. Our lunch break also features original cooking videos and demonstrations and recipes, so please join in. If you miss any of these or you want to see any of the videos we posted from yesterday's conference, you can watch them at any time on our website. I especially like the Pivot Talk videos from all over the state. Dr. Lynn Harvey's talk she gave Wednesday morning, By the Numbers, is also on our website. In fact, recordings of sessions from yesterday and today will be posted later. We understand if you can only join us for parts of the conference today. If you need to log off and come back later, just use the same link, carolinahungerinitiative.org/join conference. It will work all day. I want to say good morning to Karen Sterling, our graphic recorder this year, who's visually documenting lessons and insights from the conference. Hello, Karen.
Good morning, everybody. Glad to be with you again today.
Thank you. Karen's participation today is supported by Education NC, which has also collected some of their best reporting on child nutrition from the last year on its site, ednc.org. Yesterday, we saw an amazing illustration Karen made of day 1, and I can't wait to see what she will create today during our closing session. Thank you, Karen. Also this morning, I want to introduce our team, your conference hosts for today. They are Tamara Baker, Helen Roberts, Jessica Soldavini, and our remarkable conference producer, Andrew Harrell. We work together on the Carolina Hunger Initiative and No Kid Hungry North Carolina projects. In the past, we have started our conference with a video featuring lots of kids to highlight why we do the work we do. Today, we're doing something a little different. This video was sent to us by Buncombe County Schools nutrition and communication teams. It's short, it's inspiring, and I think it sets the tone for our time together today.
For us, feeding kids is about love.
It's love.
It's love.
Es amor.
Потому что мы вас любим.
Мы тут для вас.
We look forward to seeing their smiles every day.
Because our school is like a family.
It's like a family.
Everyone needs a healthy meal.
Prepared by someone who cares.
So they can learn.
To be their best.
Whatever it takes.
No matter what.
They're the future and we believe in them.
That is what makes my day.
It's what we do.
That's what we do.
It's love.
Buncombe County School Nutrition
is here for you. We're here for you.
We're here for you.
What a beautiful video and message. Love. Thank you to Buncombe County Schools for sharing it. 2 lines stand out for me in that video. Whatever it takes and no matter what. Those words sum up so many of the stories that volunteers, school nutrition teams, food banks, community members, and others have shared with us about their experiences during this past year. That's the reason why our conference theme this year is Pivot to the Future. Because when we were faced with overwhelming barriers and unprecedented challenges, so many people have said, whatever it takes, no matter what, and then have turned those words into action by staying flexible, changing tactics quickly, and finding any way they can to make sure that kids in our state have the food they need. We'll discuss some of those specific tactics and stories more during our first panel, which will be moderated by Tamara Baker, Project and Communications Director for the Carolina Hunger Initiative. But first, I want to introduce someone who has helped our Carolina Hunger Initiative team do whatever it takes. Cheryl Parquette is Director of Community Engagement and Marketing Activation for Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, a wonderful partner to Carolina Hunger Initiative. We're grateful to be in the second year of a 3-year gift from Blue Cross North Carolina that is supporting grants to expand access to federally assisted child nutrition programs across the state. Welcome, Cheryl.
Good morning, Luann, and good morning, everyone. I am so honored to be here today among educators, school administrators, and community groups and leaders who are championing the fight against child hunger. This has been a trying time for our community, particularly for our families and children with limited access to food. Even before the pandemic, North Carolina food insecurity rate was undeniably high, and the past year, the rates have doubled. Due to the pandemic, families are facing so many challenges. We believe that the work of the Carolina Hunger Initiative is doing to tackle childhood hunger is needed now more than ever. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, we work to identify and address the barriers for our community to achieve the best possible health. That includes access to food and fresh food, improving food insecurity, and child nutrition is just a key priority for us. We know that food fuels a child's ability to learn, and hunger can have a significant impact on their school performance. And that's why in 2019, we made a 3-year commitment to the food program working to end childhood hunger in our state. Now, under the leadership of Carolina Hunger Initiative, our initiative supports the school systems and community organizations who are making sure that kids who depend on school meals do not go hungry. Although much has changed since then, the work to feed children has not. Where the students are learning virtually or in person, school districts continue to restructure their meal distribution efforts on an as-needed basis. And even with these adjustments, getting meals into the hands of children has proven challenges for some school districts, mainly due to lack of transportation and lack of meal sites in rural areas. We've seen districts across the state do an exceptional job in implementing new practices to tackle this issue, including transporting meals to remote learners and kids in rural areas and staffing new positions to expand the number of meal sites. However, we know that this isn't a one-size-all issue. Each county is unique and has its own challenges. And that is why I think today's Meals on the Move session is important because it fosters collaborations among counties. I want to leave you with this quote by Dr. Martin Luther King. I think it resonates with the purpose of this session on how to cover the last mile of getting meals to those that need it the most. Why should there be hunger and deprivation in our land, in our city, at our table, when man has the resources and the scientific know-how to provide all mankind with the basic necessities of life? Together, we have the knowledge, resources, and power to end child hunger. I want to thank you all for your extraordinary work that you're doing to improve the health and well-being of all North Carolinians. I look forward to hearing more about your great initiatives and work in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. And thank you again to Blue Cross North Carolina for supporting the work of school districts and community organizations across the state. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tamara Baker, Project and Communications Director for the Carolina Hunger Initiative. This morning, we're going to continue our look at the different ways community organizations, school districts, and other partners adapted their work to the pandemic environment. This session's focus will be on getting the meals directly into the hands of kids when normal points of distribution, such as the school cafeteria, became almost irrelevant in the face of school closures, remote learning, and trying to reach everyone in very spread out communities, which is most of North Carolina. Like yesterday's panel on forming partnerships, this session includes the Meals on the Move title. Meals on the Move is a growing collection of best practices compiled by the Carolina Hunger Initiative, very new. It reflects the many different innovations that are being used to get meals to kids during the pandemic emergency. After the conference, I encourage you to visit the Meals on the Move section on our website to learn more. And please contact us and share your own methods. We're just getting started. Some of the pages are not even populated yet, but we hope to be able to put best practices there so you can go and reference when you're thinking about one more innovation you would like to explore. I'm going to introduce each of our panelists one by one and ask them to spend a few minutes presenting on the work that their organization does to reach children. Jessica on our team will be helping me monitor the Q&A box, which is at the bottom of your screen. And we're asking that if you will add a question, we'll see if there's time at the end of the session to answer a few audience questions at the end of the session. We don't know, but hopefully we will have time. Our first panelist now is Carolyn Barton, Director of Child Nutrition for Transylvania County Schools, which is located in the western part of North Carolina, southwest of Asheville. Welcome, Carolyn.
Carolyn, check your mute button.
Good morning. I believe I found that mute button.
Good morning, Carolyn. Welcome.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It has just been such a beautiful introduction by my colleagues in the western part of the state, as well as our colleague from Blue Cross. And it is about love, and it is about reaching children. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about how we have worked to reach the children in the mountains. I wanted to note initially that it's important to use a variety of methods to reach children in order that you can reach them where they are during this time, whether they're learning remotely or they're at home, or perhaps they might be preschoolers or homeschoolers or other individuals in your community who have not had adequate access to meals. So like many of us, during the first 48 hours, we tried to convert from classroom to the community, and the best we could do was to start with what we knew. Within 72 hours, through the use of school messenger and school websites, social media, local radio and television, and the help of our wonderful transportation staff, we were able to begin our summer bus routes. Through a collaboration with a local charity and 3 grocery stores, and because families were still just in this re-gearing type of a mode, we were able to pull together some emergency grocery cards, and we were able to help families who were just caught there in that transition. One of the first things we did was also reach out to our partners at Manna Food Bank in order to continue our Backpack Buddy program. And through collaboration with school administrators, counselors, and teachers, we were able to continue those backpack distributions both at drive-throughs and by special appointments. And before we knew it, we were getting ready for spring break. And by the time spring break came around, we were able to embark upon our first large bulk meal bundle distribution. And over the course of 4 days, by partnering with our produce company and the use of some refrigerated trucks, we were able to distribute over 20,000 meals. At that time, we were serving 1,600 meals a day, distributing 500 backpacks a week, and preparing thousands of boxes. We partnered with just every business in the community to donate boxes and coolers and everything we could to muster the equipment and the processes that we needed. And at that time, we wanted to recognize our staff because we really felt like they were well on their way to achieving superhuman or superhero status. One of the next wonderful things that happened is that we were able to participate in the Emergency Meals to You grant. This collaboration enabled us to leverage meals to a level that was double our normal summer participation. This, of course, was brought to us by a collaboration from USDA, Baylor University, North Carolina Hunger Initiative, NCDPI, many partners. And through local and social media, we got the word out and people responded at a rate that was really astounding to us. A huge takeaway from this program is that children in rural areas cannot easily access meals every day. And having the ability to deliver more than one meal at one time has enabled us to bridge that transportation gap and that accessibility gap. And we really hope that our policymakers and others will continue to advocate for flexibilities and the ability to reach children through grants like Emergency Meals to You. We collaborated with our county to be able to begin providing meals to children of essential services personnel who were housed at our parks and recreation locations. We also collaborated through our transportation department with community centers and churches, and we set up meal stops or hub stops that we would not have been able to do without our transportation expertise. And this again increased our access to children in remote locations. By August 17th, it was time to start school. And we opened with a multifaceted service, having online learners as well as A-Day and B-Day students. We were very thankful that as of September 1st, through efforts from USDA and many other groups, we were able to offer all meals free, and this increased access to school meals dramatically. It allowed us to be sustainable, which in turn allowed us to reach many of the children that we were not able to reach. We started many questionnaires. We had online learners signing up to come pick up meals. We started an event called a Free Food Friday. And we were then able to easily reach our remote learners on Fridays at meal drive-throughs. We also started a van route that follows a summer feeding route and reaches many children who just cannot access those drive-through routes. We also found that many of our pre-K programs were closed or parents were home, and we served and have served and continue to serve a lot of pre-K, homeschool, and charter students. And we are so pleased that we have been able to continue our outreach in the community through this fashion. Our Boys and Girls Club opened in the fall, and they opened their doors to remote learners as well as children who needed somewhere to go when their parents were at work, and we could not reach them. So through a collaboration with our Vocational Services Department, Vocational Services bridged that transportation gap, and they delivered meals from us to Boys and Girls Club so that we could continue to serve those children. We next collaborated with our Rise and Shine Freedom Program, and our director delivered meal bundles to his students at home. And later in the fall, when they began to open up for the after-school program, he came to pick up their suppers and also their weekend meal bundles so that we could focus on capacity. And so we want to once again bridge that transportation gap. After a really action-packed and whirlwind year, we have some observations and some takeaways that we would like to share with everyone. We have frequently recommitted ourselves to serving the children that we love and we want to reach. We've committed ourselves to frequent change, innovation, adaptation, increased agility. We've reached levels of resilience that we did not know we had. And we have embraced many new technologies that have enabled us not only to communicate with each other, but also to the children and families that we're serving. Our commitment remains strong. We look forward to new collaborations. We know that that will bring us continued success as we look forward and plan into the summer. And our mantra has become that we can, we must, and we shall, because we are feeding the future. Here are a couple of pictures of some of our school lunch heroes in Transylvania County. I want to thank you all once again for this opportunity to speak with you and share with you just a few of the strategies that we've employed to reach our children. Again, I'm honored and I extend congratulations to all my colleagues across the state who have employed not only these, but other methodologies to reach the children that we love and want to serve and who need our meals so very much. Thank you so much.
Carolyn, thank you so very much. That was great to hear. We know that you are an organization and a human being that cares so much about our students and does everything you can. Our next panelist is Brad Johnson. He's Director of Transportation for Chapel Hill Carrboro City Schools. Last month, our local media outlet here, chapelboro.com, named Brad a hometown hero for the work he's going to tell us about today. And we're excited to hear about directly from the transportation source. Welcome, Brad.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for having me. I'm delighted to be here. After being in school bus transportation for nearly 28 years, I never imagined that I would be presenting at a child hunger conference. So I'm excited to be here. So this morning, I want to talk to you about our Food for Students program. Next slide, please. Food for Students began in March 2020. Knowing the importance of feeding our students, a team consisting of child nutrition, transportation, volunteers, community and faith-based organizations was assembled on Friday, March 12th. The team worked through the weekend and on March 16th launched our operation using our Food for Summer model, not skipping one meal. In addition to preparing and transporting meals, safety was identified as being our #1 priority. We quickly established safety protocols for the entire team. Beginning as a 3-week program serving 20 sites, the program has since expanded to 50 sites in an effort to meet the needs of the community. As the closure extended past the initial 3 weeks, there was a need to expand to more sites, and so the program responded. Food for the Summer transitioned into Food for Students with the help of our district social workers who identified additional areas of need. Initially, we expanded to 37 sites, But later, as some in-person instruction was offered through the local YMCA programs and district-sponsored in-face instruction for EC students, we expanded to our current size of 50 sites. We began with 13 buses and are now currently using 20 buses and 2 school kitchens to serve these 50 sites. In May, a COVID cluster shut down the transportation department for 2 weeks. We immediately pivoted to our network of volunteers to pick up, deliver, and distribute the meals. This worked only because of our dedicated volunteers who have partnered with us at all of our sites from the beginning and helped us to distribute meals to students and families that visit our sites. In early September, the school board approved a partnership with the local YMCA to open 3 scholastic learning centers, providing in-person instruction with transportation provided. Then in December, a decision was made to bring back EC students for in-person instruction. Opening the scholastic learning centers and bringing back EC students presented another challenge, as a fourth of the transportation staff was needed to support their transportation needs. Sustainability became our immediate focus. At that point, we shifted our delivery model to a hybrid that included door-to-door service at some of our lower participation sites. For the holidays, in addition to our weekly deliveries, we wanted to ensure students and families had meals for the extended break. The child nutrition team assembled 5-day meal boxes, and for Thanksgiving, the transportation department was able to distribute 18,000 meals in 2 hours, all on a bus. Not to be outdone, the child nutrition and transportation departments immediately crafted a plan to tackle the 14-day winter break in December. 14-day holiday boxes were assembled and then distributed to the community. For winter break, the transportation department was able to distribute 41,000 meals in 2 hours, all on a bus. Foods for students is more than breakfast and lunch. With each meal, our students receive hearty snacks such as fresh fruit parfaits, chips and salsa, fresh made blueberry muffins, and local fruits and vegetables. Another opportunity to get food to our children is through our family food boxes. This began as a child nutrition project with 250 boxes being packed, and in 3 days, with the help of volunteers and the transportation staff, there were 10,000 meals distributed to the community. Families have shared with us pictures of the fun meals that they have prepared. It has now become an extended partnership with local organizations such as Table and Porch to help address food insecurity in the community. To ensure that our families are getting a variety of foods, we started supplying fresh produce boxes each week. And to be sure that we keep families excited about the program, we have our pop-up events. These include pizza parties at schools and community sites. To date, Food for Students has provided over 1 million meals and on average serves over 1,400 students each day. What started as a 3-week program is now in its 11th month of providing breakfast, lunch, and snacks. After we worked through getting our food deliveries operating efficiently and effectively, we quickly realized that our children needed more. We responded with enrichment activities that they could do at home and then share their creations with us. Bop and Berry kits hit the streets. 650 complete cooking kits went to our families. The feedback was heartwarming. We followed up with our Send a Senior a Smile. These kits continue to come in and will be forwarded to some lucky folks using the Meals on Wheels network and Morrison Senior Living Facility. We also have a consistent supply of books going out through our volunteer network and Book Harvest. And we are constantly looking for other opportunities to engage with our students and the community. Through our efforts and the commitment from the Chapel Hill Carberry City School System, we were able to retain over 100 plus staff members employed throughout this unprecedented pandemic. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Brad. That was awesome. I want to point out that some of those beautiful photographs that he showed were in his slides were photos from Tom Simon, who we spoke about in our day one of our conference yesterday. Tom is a very talented photographer that has an exhibit that he is allowing us to show on our website as part of the conference. It's called the Lifeline exhibit. So I encourage you, when you're going to look at the conference materials on CarolinaHungerInitiative.org, take a look at those. Next up, we have Liz Lord, who is Senior Engagement Director at the Harrison Family YMCA, which is located in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Liz has been overseeing food deliveries during the pandemic and the expansion of childcare and summer nutrition programs at the Y. I'm excited to hear more. YMCAs have long played a critical role in increasing access to nutrition for many North Carolinians. So welcome, Liz.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm thrilled to be here and to have the opportunity to share the story of how WISE, and in particular our Y, has pivoted to address food insecurity and hunger over this last year. As you can see, over the time of the pandemic, WISE have served or delivered 835,000 meals to children and families. You heard some of that in what Mr. Johnson was just telling us. And I have a couple of examples specifically to share. The J. Smith Young YMCA in Lexington prepared 1,000 meals in their a day in their commercial kitchen and packed them for distribution in partnership with the Lexington City Schools between April and December of 2020. That's over 90,000 meals that they helped get out to children in need. And the Alamance County Y has been serving meals at 8 locations. They've served over 70,000 meals at this point at the Y, public housing complexes, Title I schools, the Boys and Girls Club, parks and rec sites, a church, and a local university. Moving on to let's see if I can do that. Moving on to what we've done locally at our Y, there we are. At my home Y here in Rocky Mount, the Harrison Family YMCA, looking back to February 2020, seems like yesterday and a decade ago at the same time. We were just wrapping up the strategic planning, a new strategic planning process, completing the work for that. We had met with 30 stakeholders in the twin counties of Nash and Edgecombe County, included government officials, folks from anchor institutions in our community, individuals within our community, and in every single one of those conversations, food came up. We heard about food deserts, food swamps, limited healthy restaurant options, palates trained to choose unhealthy foods over healthy foods when offered both, and transportation difficulties. And that just names a few of the things that came up in those conversations. So we knew that we were going to be working in the food arena as we moved into 2020 and beyond. We just didn't realize how quickly that would happen. We had been intentionally working on building out feeding programs within our community, working towards CACFP and SFSP becoming a sponsor for those programs and getting food to more kids in our community. But the pandemic kicked everything into overdrive for us. When the pandemic shut the doors to our facility, we remained open for essential worker childcare, and quickly the Nash County Public Schools began getting meals out to kids and children in our community. And we were able to work with them to get 2 meals a day for the kids in our program here during the school year. But we knew that there was more to do. We reached out to community partners, Twin County Partnership for Healthier Communities, our local United Way, the Tar River region, and so many more, Down East Partnership for Children, and said, basically, we are here to help. We don't know how to do that. We don't know what that looks like at this point, but we know that food's a big issue in our community, and we want to help get food to the kids in our community who need it. Very quickly thereafter, heard from a friend at the Downey's Partnership from Children who'd heard from ESL teachers in the Twin Counties. Families were going hungry, and we knew we needed to step in. We heard that parents were out of work. We had a lot of parents who worked in service industries, restaurants, hotels, construction, and they weren't getting paychecks. We heard about how immigration status prevents some families from reaching out for support. We knew that these kids were getting meals through the schools, 2 meals a day, but we heard about them being hungry in the evenings and on weekends. We also heard that transportation, it's something that's come up in multiple presentations and panels yesterday and today, but transportation is a huge issue. Families don't have cars. They have cars that are broken down. They don't have gas money. They just don't have a way to get to the food that organizations have ready for them. So looking at our resources, what we had, what was available, we pivoted and began putting together culturally appropriate food boxes with the help of our friends in the public school system. Included rice, beans, cooking oil, canned tomatoes, shelf-stable food, and began taking that out into the community so that families could access it. You can see in the first slide that is, I think, our very, very first pickup. We went out into the community, into the mobile home park, and families working with the ESL teachers were able to come pick up food boxes. Later on during the pandemic, we were able to start doing, you can see some of the farm to families food boxes there with another partner. Working with the school system was amazing. These families trust and love the staff. Hugh Scott, the principal in the background of the second picture, you would have thought he was Ronaldo or Steph Curry. Families and kids loved having him out there help distribute those boxes. Right Revival provided those boxes for this. They're a partner of ours now in Rocky Mount. It's a company that had been making, using perfectly imperfect produce to make nutritional gummies during the pandemic. They pivoted and began putting together food boxes to deliver to homes, including produce boxes. And they recently launched their purposeful produce program, where for every box of imperfect produce purchased, they donate a box to a community partner like the Y or the Boys and Girls Club to distribute to families in need. And we have been taking those boxes out into the community as well. There's so much I could share. Really appreciate this opportunity. Look forward to hopefully answering some questions. I'm so inspired about the work folks are doing out here and look forward to hearing more today. Thank you.
Liz, that's so great to hear. I know we're asking all of you to carry so much weight here in terms of all the things you need to share in a short time. Next, we're going to hear from Angela Rodriguez, who is School Nutrition Director for Currituck County Schools, which is a coastal county all the way in the northeast corner of the state. Welcome, Angela.
Hi. Thank you. As she said, my name's Angela. I've been at the School Nutrition Director for almost 10 years now. I don't have a slide to go with everything, but I just wanted to kind of bring you back to the very beginning and let you know how we started. So my history is 16 years as a health inspector. I can go through any crisis that you give me, except for a pandemic. We have never had to deal with that before. So towards the end of February, and we all began to hear the potential close downs happening due to the rising pandemic of COVID-19. My discussion will bring you all back into the initial challenges to get the meals into the hands of our food insecure families. As a district, we began meeting, trying to figure out what all the roles would need to be, who would need to be where, what the approach was. All of this knowing we had no idea what to expect. Mid-March rolled around, and that's when all the districts started closing. The most important thing at this time was keeping staff safe and healthy while trying to reach our food insecure areas. Our district has never been above 30% in free reduced. When you think of Currituck County, you think of the Outer Banks, you think of the 4x4 beach area. Not many people think you have food insecure food insecure areas. Hearing that we would need to feed these students, get to these students, and already in the back of my head thinking, okay, we're not going to meet SFSP regulation based off the 50% or more. How am I going to do this? We only had a handful of our 10 schools that would be approved. Probably at that point, about 3 or 4 were approved. Those were all on the south end of my county. The north end of my county is where I know we have community pods. And you'll hear me say that a little bit. I just call them community pods. It's just easier for us. As a lifetime Currituck resident, I was very fortunate enough to know where these community pods were, where they laid, what kind of families, what kind of numbers, that kind of thing. So how are we going to reach them? That was the big question I would always bring to the meeting. I'm not sure how I'm going to reach them because we are limited. When I say limited, it's 45 minutes away from schools at some points or another in our county district. We don't have transportation within the counties. Well, a lot of our families are one-car families. That one car would go to work if they were fortunate enough to have a job still during the pandemic. So how are we going to reach these kids? So our pivotal moment was knowing we had communities or pod locations that had food insecurities, and we realized we did not fall underneath the normal high free reduced areas. There needs not just a number or a percentage, but a true need that we needed to reach however possible. I started to work with our transportation department to find out the students within those communities. They could pull reports and give me, if I say pinpoint this zone, I need to know what kids are in that zone. They pulled that report for me. I then went and created data that would cross-reference those students in that pod to our free reduced numbers. And the odd, well, it wasn't odd, I kind of knew this all along. And as a director, most of us do. That school, say we have one zone, that school may be a 28% free reduced school. Of those 28%, these community pods made up 75 to 80% of those numbers. So we knew we had a need, say in our lowest free reduced school system, that would be completely far away from our approved SFSP locations. We needed to reach them. So as I received the student names, I compared them. Again, we found out 3 to 4 out of 5 students, as I went down the list, were free reduced. So why weren't they in the approved areas? The question that I kept getting asked. It was a chance for me to be able to educate everyone outside of our district, even some of our state representatives, that yes, free reduced numbers are important. However, we need to know where those free reduced numbers are, not based off of a map, but based off of the locations in the communities. Because one pod could be here that has 60 families. They are 80 to 90% free reduced. And then you have the rest of the community within a 5-mile to 8-mile radius. They're not free reduced. So we cannot forget about this pod over here. And that was my main focus throughout this whole program. So this was our challenge. Although the school zone did not meet the 50%, we had 50 to 80% of our children at need in those community pods identified. We then began to plan how we're going to get those meals to those families. We utilized the buses. Thankfully, that system came through. We knew that our program was needed, so we came up with a Currituck School Meals on Wheels for kids, for children. We had our obstacles such as coolers being too large. Thankfully, and No Kid Hungry was one of them, SUDIA grants. I was reaching and out and keeping an eye out on any grants possible, reaching out to vendors, any idea on how I could get my hands on this. I had community members that worked at our local Walmart. Hey, do you have any coolers that we can purchase? So everybody came together to make this happen. But as we made the purchases, and a lot of directors, hindsight would say, I probably should have gotten this instead of this. I purchased really big coolers. They do not fit in the aisles of the buses, nor do they, once they're full, go over the seats with normal cafeteria working individuals. So I then had to partnership with others, maintenance department, transportation department, anyone that would be available to help load these buses. And throughout this whole thing, none of us really thought, we have buses that have lifts. So then we were like, let's count all those buses and let's put them in the fleet instead. So that was our biggest obstacles, were the sizes of the coolers. They wouldn't fit over the bus seats. They were too heavy for our staff. We had staff that were willing to want to help, but they had limitations on on the lifting ability. That's not something that we normally do. We lift boxes onto carts, carts on the tables, and back and forth. How are we going to get these coolers that are 110-gallon coolers up and off the buses? So again, we partnered with transportation, focusing always on the need to feed the kids. We had to learn a great deal along the way and feel more prepared than ever now that we can, as a district, make it through almost anything as long as we stay focused. The moment we allow our focus to pivot to something else is when all the other problems can occur. So I would again pivot them back and say, what is our main goal here? And the main goal is always to feed the kids. How are we going to get these meals into those hands? So if we stay focused on the need, the obstacles can always be overcome. And I think that's my biggest lesson that we've learned throughout this whole thing. And I think it's a huge pivotal mind frame for all of us, that the knowledge that we've gained now is that we have food insecure locations. Those food insecure communities or pods or housing developments, they may be a very small fraction of a school zone that may be at 28% free reduced. How can we not forget about those communities in times of need? So like I said, I'm very grateful for the state partnership that they had and recognizing districts such as myself that we are very low district-wide free reduced, really probably since my 10 years here, never being over 38%. How are we going to be able to reach that 100% of kids that are in that 38% criteria? So I think that to me has been my most pivotal moment, and it's been a very eye-opening for all departments that kind of grabbed hand in it. We went from a 38-person department to 68 people at one point, and then including 12 to 15 maintenance individuals. They all worked together to make the end product, which was to get the food out to the kids. We have since done curbside. We still do a delivery system using one of our one of my delivery trucks. We have stopped the busing because we have opened up all of our schools at some point or another transport kids. So the busing part has done. We've partnered with YMCA in our local area so that we can provide meals for those kids. We've partnered with childcare facilities that needed meals. We've partnered with people in our community that have said, hey, I have kids, but I also have a van. I know that we need kids, can't walk to the location you're at. Can we pick up and bring it over? So I think it's been the pandemic has been an eye opener for everyone, not just with the virus itself, but with our need itself. So I just want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to be a small puzzle piece to the big picture, because together I think is how we've survived and how we will continue to survive until we get to some kind of normalcy. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Angela. The pivots are just remarkable. So we thank you. We thank you. Our next speaker and our final speaker was to be Mercedes Sanders, who is with the Food Bank of Central and Eastern North Carolina. But she just called this morning and cannot join us after all, but we're just delighted that her colleague Gideon Adams, who many of you know, is going to be able to join us instead. And just thanks to talk about pivot, that was minutes ago. So yes, we've been scrambling. Gideon is Vice President for Community Health and Engagement at the Food Bank, and as a friend that's been around with us for a long, long time. So we thank you. We're also so honored that once again this year, the Food Bank of Central and Eastern North Carolina is one of our conference sponsors. And so we thank you so much for that ongoing support. Take it away, Gideon. And we just have a few minutes, so we're going to hear from you for just about 5 minutes, and then we'll give a short break for the next session. Thank you.
Super. Thank you so much, my dear. It is a pleasure to be with you. Unfortunately, as you said, Mercedes had a family emergency and could not join, but she does send her apologies and she does send her gratitude for all of the work that's been highlighted here today, and indeed that is done by you all, generally speaking. So the summer food service program started a little bit early, like it did for all of you for us this year. We actually started on March the 30th, a couple of weeks after the schools closed. We as an organization don't have kitchens in place, so we had to very quickly coordinate vendors, sites themselves, and the volunteers to man those sites. and really ramp them up rather more quickly than we would normally have to do. Adding in, the need to provide PPE and other safety equipments to manage the new grab-and-go style of meal service that was offered through waivers that came out through the USDA, giving that sort of flexibility to serve in non-congregate settings and allowing parents and guardians to pick up those meals that had been delivered out to sites. This, we feel, allowed visibility of a methodology that really we should be advocating for moving forward. For many years we've talked about different ways of serving the children. So perhaps one of the glimmers of light that come out of this awful situation is that we've been able to now set a precedent on how we can differently serve our communities using different methodologies, and really now have some data that can show that these do work. As Angela Rodriguez said, it's really kind of giving us insight into what's possible in different methodologies and how they work, which perhaps we wouldn't have had that exposure to in the past. 100% of our sites were vended by local restaurants and caterers. In the past, the food bank has used national suppliers for some of our foods. That has changed over the last few years. We really want to keep those federal dollars local, so we used some local caterers and some larger restaurants, sort of cafeteria type restaurants, for the service. All of our food partners delivered meals to the site locations with the exception of one of our suppliers, and in that case we actually got the site volunteers to go and pick up the meals to ensure that children were able to get their daily meals. In total there were 80 sites that we set up and served, with about 200, just under 290,000 meals being served. Considering the audience that we have today and the partnerships that have grown out of this, one of the sort of great successes that we'd like to highlight was our ability to assist Johnston County schools during their spring break, and we're able to give their CNS staff a break by taking over their area so that they can have a few days off. We worked with our volunteer service team in-house to coordinate meal delivery from one of our suppliers to 13 schools and delivered about over 5,000 meals in that 4-day period. We used what we refer to as a middle mile program for that, and that's a volunteer program where individuals typically transport food and meals from our donors to our partner agencies using their own vehicles, and that again has been a system that we've really evolved during this. We had some very steep learning curves with it, but again it was perhaps gave us opportunities that we wouldn't have ever had or ever dared to have without this pandemic that needed to be addressed. And again, that's another thing that I'd really like to highlight here, is that the food bank's experience generally has been that it's through the hardest of times that we find out what we're really capable of, and we grow using that experience. I think that's a truism for us now, and I think from the stories that we've heard today, and indeed from the audience in general, I think that's truism for everybody here. It's that sort of blitz mentality, people coming together and dealing with the problems that we're faced immediately. And we can use that experience and use what we've learned in these in this pandemic and in these emergency situations to really dictate and direct how we grow in future and how we deal with these things. As I say, I apologize for the brevity of my presentation today. I'm sure it's not as in-depth as it would have been had Mercedes been here to see you, but I hope it gives an indication of the kind of work that we have done and we are capable of doing, and indeed the partnerships that we're able to get involved with in terms of that relief work. Again, we'll be open to questions at the end, and I hope that if I can't answer your questions directly today, that I will be able to get answers back to you through our hosts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gideon. That was awesome, and again, a great pivot. So happy for you to share with us. Well, next on our schedule, and I thank you for all the panelists for the incredible work that you're doing. We're not going to have time for Q&As because we're just cutting it kind of tight here. But I want to introduce that next on our schedule, we're going to have a very brief break. And we normally have been showing slide videos during the break, but we will have a couple of quick elements of interest there that I think you want to stick around for. First will be a poem reading by a local high school student. And then at 11, which is just in moments, we're going to start our new normal session, which is going to include remarks from the national and statewide school nutrition presidents, a community organization feeding children in Wilson, and lots of information from the summer nutrition team about serving summer meals in the real summer months. And so you don't want to miss this, and we hope you'll join us back in a couple of minutes for that session. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gabriel Yarborough. I'm 17 years old. I go to Southeast Raleigh Magna High School, and today I'll be reciting I Dream a World by Langston Hughes. I dream a world where man, no other man will scorn, where love will bless the earth and peace its path adorn. I dream a world where all will know freedom's way, where greed no longer saps the soul, nor avarice blights our day. A world I dream where black or white, whatever race you be, will share the earth's bounties and every man is free. Where wretchedness hangs its head and joy like a pearl attends the needs of all mankind. Of such I dream my world. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Brandon Miller, goalkeeper from the Charlotte Independence in the USL, and I'm so glad to be here with you, well almost, at the 10th Annual North Carolina Child Hunger Leaders Conference. I want to thank you for helping ensure all kids have enough to eat during this crisis and beyond. Thanks so much for being a hunger hero for our children. Families have enough on their plates right now. Because of you, kids are getting the food they need, and that's life-changing.
The Mustard Seed Ministry is a nonprofit, 501c3, faith-based organization located in Wilmington, North Carolina. Its purpose is to provide services and basic needs for the children and the families which we serve, with a focus placed at the moment on feeding and providing meals for these individuals that are in need. Over the past few years, we have been privileged to partner with an after-school program, a summer enrichment program, and a child care setting. And these programs provide services for more than 400 children in a beautiful 20,000 square foot facility. These organizations are open daily so that parents might be able to go to work to earn the financials that are necessary in order to take care of their own families. A lot of these services have decreased simply because of COVID. But the one thing that has not decreased but increased has been hunger. Now, before COVID-19, the Mustard Seed Ministry was providing meals 5 days a week in the form of breakfast, lunch, and afternoon snacks. Since COVID has hit, we've had to adapt, and that adaptation has caused us to be more creative, more flexible in how we get meals out to those children who may not even be able to attend. We now provide a grab-and-go option in which we put food into a bag, hand it to the parent when they pick them up in the afternoon. And not only have we provided that, we have also increased our services by including a daily dinner meal and extending the number of days we provide food from 5 days to 7 days a week. What it really means is simply this. During the past 9 months, we have been blessed to be able to serve more than 275,000 meals to children. And this is the result of the monies that have been coming from the United States Department of Agriculture. And through partnership with the Child and Adult Care Food Program and the Summer Food Service Program, we would like to extend a special thank you to our local partner, Cape Fear Tutoring, for all their help and support in making our program such a success. Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing. Great news to hear. And I'm sorry the break was really short, but we're getting ready to start our next session. It is called the new normal. I've kind of forgotten what that word even means because normal is just such a foreign concept right now. But we're going to start by turning the floor over to the current national and state presidents of the School Nutrition Association. North Carolina is obviously home to a lot of outstanding school nutrition folks because only a few years after our own Dr. Lynn Harvey, who is the head of child nutrition or school nutrition at the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, she served as president of the School Nutrition Association just a brief time ago, and now we have another North Carolinian in the role. I'm sorry for the other states, but we seem to have the leadership here in our state. Reggie Ross is a school nutrition consultant at the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. He covers 11 counties surrounding and including the Charlotte area. Reggie began his school nutrition career in 2006 as a cafeteria manager for Colwood Middle School in Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools. He's currently serving as the 2020-2021 president of the National SNA. Welcome, Reggie. Also with us is Kristen Beeler, the school nutrition director for Hickory Public Schools and is the current president for the SNA of North Carolina. Kristen has worked in school nutrition since 2009 and also serves as part of the North Carolina Procurement Allowance.
Okay.
Reggie, take it away.
Thank you, Tamara, for that introduction, and greetings to all participants in the No Kid Hungry 2021 North Carolina Child Hunger Leaders Conference. It is really an honor for me as president of the School Nutrition Association to thank you for the amazing work that all of you are doing on behalf of those whose lives we touch every single day. It is especially exciting that I can address so many heroes of school nutrition and other hunger programs in the state of North Carolina, where I work as a consultant for the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. As we approach a year of serving meals during a pandemic, the work of school nutrition professionals has been critical to feeding hungry students in our great state. When the pandemic closed school doors nationwide last March, school nutrition professionals mobilized immediately to ensure students access to healthy school meals. Through the extension of federal waivers, school breakfast, lunch, summer meals, and after-school meals have offered a lifeline for families struggling with economic uncertainty or the challenges of balancing work and distance learning. These programs, proven to fuel student success and combat child hunger and obesity, will be critical to our nation's recovery. Next month, SNA professionals will gather virtually to advocate on behalf of student school meal initiatives at our annual Legislative Action Conference to support the health and achievement of America's students and ensure the financial sustainability of school meal programs. The School Nutrition Association's 2021 position paper will be calling on Congress to do the following things. First of all, to permanently expand the national school lunch and school breakfast programs to offer all students meals at no charge, universal meals, as an integral part of the educational experience. This request for universal meals is part of SNA's pivot to the future. Over the course of this pandemic, we have served all students, regardless of status. We have proven that serving all students is not only accepted, but is needed to meet the needs of the students and the families that we serve. We believe universal meals will provide all students equal access to school breakfast and lunch, and eliminate any stigma or barriers for students to benefit from these meals. Nutritious school meals are proven to support learning, improve attendance and classroom behavior, and contribute to overall health and wellness. Next, SNA is asking Congress to provide emergency financial relief directly to school food authorities. COVID-19 school closures and the higher cost of serving meals during the pandemic have crippled school meal program budgets. Meal program losses will cut into educational budgets, impeding efforts to meet the needs of the students and jeopardizing progress in school nutrition programs. While emergency funds provided in the 2020 stimulus bill will help offset some of the losses accrued last school year, these funds are insufficient to ensure the financial sustainability of school meal programs moving forward. Next, we will be asking Congress to preserve USDA Foods entitlements and state administrative expense, or SAE funds, impacted by COVID-19. And finally, we will be asking Congress to reduce regulatory and administrative burdens. Our programs have been impacted by overly complex federal regulations, which divert resources from the mission of serving students. We will continue to advocate on behalf of the students that we serve. We encourage all of you to continue the great work that you do daily to feed the students and the families of this great state. Thank you very much. Now I turn it over to Kristen Beeler, SNANC's president.
Well, thank you, Reggie, as you have just shared a lot of my same sentiments to this amazing group. Thank you to the NC Child Hunger Leaders Conference for allowing me to speak to you today. On behalf of the School Nutrition Association of North Carolina, I would like to thank all of the food service professionals across this state for their tireless efforts to feed hungry children. I also want to express my gratitude for all of the stakeholders that help support all of our efforts to reach as many children as possible in our state. Partnerships were formed that we have never would have thought of during this time of need, from utilizing the National Guard, local restaurants, food banks, food pantries, and school nutrition or school transportation teams that are now part of the nutrition team. Due to the hard work and determination during this pandemic, from March through August of 2020, using the SFSP program, we served over 32.6 million breakfasts, and we served more than 33.4 million lunches. In addition, we served over 480,000 suppers and more than 675,000 snacks, for a total in excess of 67.2 million meals. Given all of the challenges that our teams faced during this time and the constant changes in meal service, this is an unbelievable feat. Utilization of unique ideas and grant assistance from various organizations such as No Kid Hungry, SUDIA, and other local organizations. Teams through this pandemic, from curbside, bus delivery, and sometimes even meal kits were mailed to homes. Ingenuity and creativity were at the forefront of our efforts. Now, with students returning to school in some districts where maybe they've not even seen the inside of a classroom all year, we are trying to find our new normal. Resuming some of our annual traditions are now more exciting than ever, such as the National School Breakfast Week we are about to celebrate March 8th through the 12th. We still have multifaceted programs with hybrid schedules and finding unique ways to serve those not physically in school while serving those in school. With the support of NCDPI, No Kid Hungry, SUDIA, and other local organizations, we now know that anything is possible. Please know that everyone's efforts do not go unnoticed or unappreciated. Strength in numbers couldn't be truer. Now more than ever, our voice of our membership and other school nutrition advocates are being heard and acted upon. As you just heard from Reggie, there is still more advocating for our programs that can be done. Regulation flexibilities, financial assistance for families that have fallen upon hard times, and program funding to bring students our very best each day are just a few items our programs desperately need. Support of our efforts can be shown in many ways. Membership and association information for SNA and SNAC can be found at schoolnutrition-nc.org. I encourage you to go look at there and see what our associations are all about. Lastly, I could not be prouder to be a part of this amazing group called School Nutrition Professionals, and I hope that you feel the same way. There have been so many amazing things accomplished this year, and I thank you for all that you have done, and will continue to do for the children. Thank you.
Well, hello again, and thank you so much, both Kristen and Reggie. I had to get my glasses on because I could see just a little bit better, because we're going to talk about something that's one of my favorite topics now. We're going to talk about sunshine and summertime. And I have, as I shared yesterday, I have my friend in the corner over here, Ray, says hello again today. Ray is our mascot for summer meals. This is real summer meals. And I don't know about you all, but it was a little icy in Chapel Hill this morning, and I am ready for some summertime. So let's focus on summer. We've heard a lot about the summer nutrition programs and how crucial they've been for the entire past year as part of the pandemic response, because we know that summer food service program is the emergency program, and it's been operating ever since the schools closed in March. Normally, there would be operating there would be programs when summer nutrition, there would be rules in place when summer nutrition programs were operating, so that there would be a specific time frame and specific rules. And things have been a little different with the waiver. And that also is what happened during 2020, of the summer of 2020. It was different. The waivers were in place. But we have here a superstar to discuss the successes of last summer and what to expect for this one. I'd like to welcome Cynthia Irvin, our great friend, who is Assistant Chief of Summer and Special Nutrition Programs at the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. She has been with our team since day one, now 10 years ago, when No Kid Hungry North Carolina was formed, and when Carolina Hunger Initiative was just announced a few months ago. Still same team, same people. And as I said, the programs that Cynthia manages have been outsized as part of the pandemic response during the past year. I want to take a moment to thank Cynthia for her amazing leadership always, and especially through this time. We are so proud and so grateful for the tireless work that you and the entire summer and nutrition teams at DPI have done, clearing obstacles out of the way for districts and organizations across the state, and teaching us how to have some fun. So welcome, Cynthia.
Thank you so much, Tamara. It definitely takes a village, but I'm a little upset with you that I don't have those glasses.
I will share.
Okay, well, anyway, thank you. And just so far this morning, I know you all have enjoyed what you've heard. We had an amazing day yesterday, and what great messages have we heard this morning. And I just want to kind of echo what everyone else has had to say. They have basically said, thank you for all you do. So I'm going to just share my screen really quickly here. Okay, so what we're going to be talking about today is going to really focus on those summer months. So we've been doing pandemic since March, and summer has been that program. But today we're really going to focus most of our attention on the summer months. While I know the past 11 months have really felt almost like 11 years, all of these efforts you have done has just been nothing short than just a perfect example of teamwork. As many of you, these last 11 months has pushed us way past our tolerance for overcoming challenges. Yes, I am sure for some, you have overcome things that you never would have fathomed. And I heard what Gideon said, these times of trouble gives us an opportunity to see all that we can do. And yes, pivot became the fiber of school nutrition. To understand how far we have come, we're going to just start with looking at our 2019 data. Now, keep in mind, the data that I'm going to be presenting is going to focus on those traditional summer months, June, July, and August. So, as we were so proud to present when we had our Summer Palooza after our 2019 year, we were so proud to present that we did more than 4.6 million meals were served with 129 sponsors serving at 2,936 sites. And we served 23 days, which actually was an increase over 2018. Keeping in mind that typical summer months when school is typically out for the summer, it's usually about 23 days. It's usually about 50 to 60 days, but we served an average of 23, which actually was an increase over 2018. And the average daily attendance, which actually represents the number of children that were served. We served nearly 100,000 children, just shy of that. And we met the need of 11.5% of children. So how do we decide that percent need? Is we compared the number of kids that were eligible for free or reduced price school meals against how many actually received the meals. And that's how we came up with that 11%. So can I have a drum roll? Because I bet you would like to know, since we saw those June numbers, we know that 2020 blew us away, just blew it out of the water. So everybody, can you help me out a little bit and do a little drum roll? Okay, it was not 1, not 2, wow, not 3, not 4, and guess what? Not 5, but 6 times more meals were served in 2020 over 2019. And did I say 6 times more meals than last year? I'm going to say it one more time. 6 times more meals were served. So I think we all should celebrate. Is this your time to celebrate? Because you deserve to just raise your right hand very high over your head and bend it over your back and pat yourself on the back, because you all deserve that. The only way we did that 6%, 6 times more meals, is because of all the great work that you have done in our state and your resilience and just overcoming barriers and figuring out ways to just be flexible in this time of need. So now that you know that we served 6 times more meals than we served in 2019, I know that you probably can somewhat guess about how many meals. Now, Kristen gave you some numbers on how much we served all since March of 2019. I want you to think about, just for the summer months, and guess how many meals you think were served just during the time of summertime last year. Go ahead and put your answers in the Q&A while I dive into some other numbers for 2020. So in 2020, there were 187 sponsors serving at 2,624 sites. The average number of service days at first last year was 34, and the number of children served was 255,368, which increased our percent met to 30%. We all can agree that this is a significant improvement, and we do deserve to celebrate for where we have taken this. It's a major accomplishment. I do want to draw your attention to the pie chart on the lower right-hand corner of this slide. The blue represents the unmet need, which shows that we still have huge opportunities to reach more kids as we move forward. So are we ready to know that total number of meals served in 2020? Yes, we served 27,966,843 meals. Another reason to celebrate. You are amazing and your work shows. So just wanted to kind of put these two years side by side so that you are able to really see the work and how this is improved. As you can see from this slide, all the data increased except the number of sites that were served. But regardless of that, we still see significant gains in the number of days served, the average number of days of the average daily attendance, which again represent the number of children that receive meals, and the percent met is more than double. That is amazing. Now we've already established that we did 6 times more meals. So again, you all deserve to be celebrated. Just as inscribed on this rock, on this slide, cafeteria ladies rock and bus drivers roll. It's just another great example of strong partnerships and collaboration that was established through this pandemic. How do we do what we do so well? Partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. So partnerships help us to know and do more than we are capable of doing alone. So partnerships are essential. Besides the obvious, the sponsors, the sites, all school nutrition and summer sponsor sites, the children, the families, and advocacy group. Here are just a few successful partnerships created or reinvented just for the pandemic. So schools as nutrition hubs. In essence, schools became the central navigator of all things nutritious meals to North Carolina's children. School nutrition administrators work with and alongside community organizations and others to reach more kids. NC Restaurants Feeding Kids Initiative. This is a collaborative effort that brought together restaurants, sponsors, and to expand their efforts to provide meals statewide. If you heard yesterday, Rebecca Collins spoke of the success of this initiative in Onslow County. I loved her quote. Working during the pandemic and putting all this together with restaurants was like building the landing gear while the plane was still in air. I bet we all can identify with this in our role since March of 2020. Suppliers supporting school and sponsor and summer nutrition. This again was another collaborative effort initiative, and it was developed to help school nutrition programs across our state access goods and service to meet the demands of what their children and families needed. Adaptability was and is key to the success of these programs then and now and beyond. It will be important even beyond the pandemic. As you all experienced firsthand, we all became pivot masters and continue to pivot every day. And each day there's a new change and we still pivot. And that is showing all of the resilience of our school nutrition staff. So school nutrition is an essential service and function. And if anyone had a question before March 2019, it is front and center now. During these times, nutritious meals were provided to children at school, at home, in the community, in all kinds of creative ways. And you've heard a lot of amazing examples. This morning, Transylvania had just incorporated all kinds of ways. We had Chapel Hill Carbarrel City Schools, the YMCA, and then the food bank. I thought it was really nice to hear how the nutrition, school nutrition as a hub works so well. Johnson County Schools needed a break for spring break. They work with the Food Bank of Central and Eastern North Carolina to ensure their children continue to receive meals. These are all excellent examples. All of this validates that school nutrition in general is there to bridge the gap, usually for schools, but in this case, they bridge the gap for the community and ensure that children continue to receive nutritious meals. Child nutrition opened the doors to serving the whole community. As you know, typically schools serve meals to their enrolled students during the school day. Well, in 2020, with the gracious flexibilities of USDA national waivers, sponsors serve children and students breakfast and lunch. And many of them also serve a snack and or a supper through the after-school programs, through the after-school snack programs. Each sponsor was majorly creative as they just looked for all kinds of ways to serve meals, and you've heard many of those today. They would include grab and go, multiple meals going home with students, the yellow school buses delivering meals door to door, weekend and holiday meals. So giving that 360 service, just this whole full service component to providing great meals to children. All of this was done to tailor their program to meet the needs of the community. Speaking of tailoring the meal service for the community, it is with great pleasure I introduce one of many summer nutrition heroes. Matt Edwards is the director of the SPOT, which is part of the Youth United in Wilson. Matt has been a summer nutrition sponsor for 22 years and served Wilson County year-round in summer nutrition and the at-risk after-school program. Matt will tell you about how he tailored his program to meet the community needs last summer. Matt? So Matt, if you need to unmute your phone. Okay. Okay, I'm
I don't
gonna.
know if you introduced the Ray selfie yet, but maybe you can mention that while I work with Matt to get his audio up.
Okay, perfect. So there is an opportunity for you to take a selfie with Ray. And here is the slide that will introduce that. So just as you did yesterday with Gerald Owens, you can also take a selfie with Ray. And here are the instructions. You can download the photo by going to the Carolina Hunger Initiative.
Okay, thank you.
.org/selfish, and you can make it your virtual background on Zoom. Take a snapshot or a picture with your phone, then post it with the hashtag NC child hunger leaders. And then more instructions will be at that actual website. So again, this is a good opportunity for you to start pulling that together. I'm looking forward to see all of these on social media. Thank you. So I believe we now have Matt ready to talk. Matt, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Awesome. Awesome. I'm going to turn off my sound.
Okay.
Okay. Great. Perfect.
All right. My name's Matt Edwards, and I'm with the Spot. I hear some echo. I don't know if anyone else can hear that, but if not, you're fine. What happened?
Matt, we do hear some echo. I wonder if you have on more than one device.
I do.
Turn one, if you'll turn one off. Oops. Tell you what, I'm going to just move forward. And then when we get back, when Matt comes back in, we'll flip back to Matt.
Cynthia, I think we've got a video of Matt Edwards' program as well, and I'm going to go ahead and show that about this program while I work with getting Matt on the line here. So just the video of Matt Edwards' program.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matt Edwards, CEO with Wilson Youth United, The Spot, /cook for the CACFP program. We have been a Cape Fear tutoring CACFP program since 2016, and it has been a fantastic partnership that got thrust into a awesome partnership. Making the decision early on to remain open was very important for our kids in the Wilson community. During the summer, 1 in 4 kids are hungry. Therefore, pandemic, we believe that number was even worse. Many grandparents not able to get to the store. 30% of our kids are actually raised by the grandparents. A lot of our families are single moms that, again, weren't able to get to stores, and even when they were tutoring in the CACFP program, we had breakfast, lunch, supper, and snack, and hit numbers like 2,000 a day. But one of the most important keys to it was the enthusiasm of both our staff, our kids, our parents, and the Wilson community.
Everybody needs enthusiasm. It's fruit to the vine. It's by design. Enthusiasm. See you at the spot. Your meal will be hot. With enthusiasm. Because everybody needs enthusiasm.
30,578 snacks and suppers were made possible. We can't thank you enough through the CACFP program and our partners with Cape Fear Tutoring to allow the kids in Wilson to not go hungry during this pandemic.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Matt. Welcome.
All right. I am so sorry. And we are a remote learning site. You would think I would have this down by now. So, okay. So what was important was we were able to get approved quickly. And I'll go through mine quickly since we've already had part of it. But without summer food and the team, we wouldn't be able to do anything that we did so far. We opened up the very first day, so we already had a plan in place that we were anticipating maybe the end of the month. Well, of course, everybody knows it happened March 16th. So opened up and served, and we let our kids know that normally would come here during after school that we would be doing meals, because we knew with them not getting breakfast and them not getting their actual lunch at school, then there was going to be a lot of food insecurity out there, and maybe in the sense of what's going to happen if things aren't open. Where are we going to eat? These kids count on summer food, or I'm sorry, these kids count on the national breakfast and lunch programs. So we opened that very first day, and our normal day would be about 300 students, and we did 350 students, and they went through the line, and we thought that was really good, and kind of like we said, patted ourselves on the back, yay. And then we're a self-prep site. So the next day we ballooned up to 500, and the next day after that, 700. And by the time we got all through it, we were averaging about 3,000 meals per day, because we were serving, just as Miss Cynthia said, we were serving breakfast, lunch, and we chose to do supper. Next slide, Miss Cynthia. So I kind of want to direct you to the slide on the right. I wish I had those glasses as well. That slide was taken on March 10th. The reason I say that was March 10th was our 10-year anniversary celebration. And I think that was an omen to say, well, Matt and the Spot, you need to get ready, because summer food is coming quicker than you thought. And sure enough, here it was. And if you look to the slide on the right, that 50,000 meals, remember I said when we did the 350 meals that one day, we thought, wow, 50,000 meals, how awesome is this? We had lines of cars. We had 2 lanes of cars driving through. We had Friday, we did weekend meals because the kids needed that as well, and the families needed that as well. So we had sometimes 2 and 3 lines, traffic backed up, and there's never traffic in Wilson until the Spot, I think, started doing food giveaway for kids and families. It was really, really neat to see, and it was a very celebrated time. We had a lot of fun with it. But where would staff come? Like I said, my bookkeeper served meals. My executive director was point of service, and she was very thankful for Cartwheel that's out there now. So it's working out really good, kind of pivoting already. But those things were important. And then we found that everybody wanted to come help. Well, with COVID-19, you couldn't have big groups. So we divided our groups up into 4 service areas. You had your cookers, you had your stockers, you had your baggers, and you had your serving line and your servers. And we were able to put a couple volunteers with each group. And therefore, as of today, 230,000 meals have been served. We have kind of pivoted on. So we've done remote learning, which is getting us kind of prepared for what summer might look like here soon. Schools have been in and they've been out. They've been on AB just like all the other schools. So we've had breakfasts, we've had lunches, we've had snacks, and we've had supper. And I'll tell you what we're doing to kind of get ready for summer. We're kind of canvassing. We're trying to find out who's going to be open in our neighborhood here, what programs might not be able to be open. I know our Boys and Girls Club here actually closed, which was a site. So where's that going to come from? Well, someone had mentioned we have done more than we ever thought possible. We are stronger than we ever thought possible. And I think that because of the lessons learned from the last few or the last 9 months, our summer program, we always get challenged to do 25 more kids a day or open another site. I think what we need to do now is, if your community has one hungry kid, we need to band together and make sure that child is eating. And because of being part of the Summer Food Service Program team, I feel confident that we're going to get there, definitely in our county and across the state. It is humbling to be part of an organization or part of a group of so many passionate people that I've seen say, we are out there, we are stronger than we thought we'd ever be, and nobody in our state, no kid will be hungry in our state. I do want to thank Gabriel. That poem was awesome. I appreciate that. We need that in our world today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt. That was just awesome. So given our time, I'm just going to summarize some of the things that how we're going to be moving forward for the 2020 year. So while we recognize there are a lot of things that are going on, I just want to highlight some things that will be coming forward. And I'm just going to pull back up my presentation right now, and I'm just going to move it forward so that you can see what we're planning for 2021. So just as the SNA had mentioned, NCDPI still stands ready to advocate for whatever flexibilities that are available to continue to provide meals to all children. But in preparation for 2021, we do want you to just know some things that we're going to be doing. So the Restaurant Feeding Kids initiative, we thought it was a great beginning, and that was how we pivoted in a quick manner. This year, we're planning on making it bigger and even better. We even developed a training that would be focused on sponsors and vendors to help them understand how to work best together to make sure they're meeting all the requirements as far as regulatory, and then just inviting them to collaborate so that they can meet the needs and meet children where they are. Of course, Race Online and Race Live will be launched really soon. And the exciting part is that we're going to be doing a school nutrition conference in the month of April. And we hope to have more information out about that. What I do really want to highlight is kind of the focal of this, conference, is that we're going to be looking to introduce a really new tool this year. And this new tool is really going to focus on helping you to identify where your gaps in services are. It's called the NCDPI Capacity Builder. Jessica Barkowitz will be putting on this presentation, really giving a thorough walkthrough of all the layers and requirements and capability of this map. And then you'll get an opportunity to actually work on this and really begin to use it in your smaller groups. So look forward to that invitation for our 2020 School Nutrition Conference. And I will be remiss if I didn't mention to this. So this is a slide of the county profiles. As you know, we've had county profiles for many years, but this year you can see that it's not only eye-appealing, there's more and greater information that you can use to talk to leaders and stakeholders within your community. One of the things I wanted to bring out really quickly is just to really let you know that not only are we looking at the number of kids that are eligible here in the needs area, we're also looking at comparing what we're serving in the community to the number of children that actually or typically eat school meals and school breakfasts during the school year. So one final thing, and thinking about collaboration, it also offers not only a hyperlink to all of the sponsors in your area. So typically what we hear is so we know that there are 3 sponsors working in this county, but we don't know who they are. Now you'll have that information just by basically clicking a hyperlink. So as I mentioned earlier, here's a perfect time to do those selfies. So remember that the instructions are here. You can go to the CarolinaHungerInitiative.org selfie, and you can make this your virtual background on Zoom, take a snapshot or a picture with your phone, then post it with the hashtag NC Hunger Leaders, and more instructions will be at that website. And thank you for the opportunity, and thank Carolina Hunger Initiative for all you do each year, all the time, for all children in North Carolina, and of course, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. I just want to say a big, big shout out to there being 6 times more meals and more than 27 meals served is just phenomenal. And I think we all need to just keep remembering that. And if we did it one time, as Gideon pointed out, it's something that we learn and maybe we can do it again. So let's work toward that. I want to thank you, Cynthia, personally, just for the many, many sacrifices and extra commitment that you keep giving to this program. And I think that with you at the helm, it has helped a lot of people feel encouraged and be able to move mountains. And let's keep moving those mountains, especially since the mountains have such need, and our beach areas as well. So thank you so much. We're getting ready now to talk about some other things, but first, I want to cap off our session today with a North Carolina native and friend of the National No Kid Hungry who wanted to share a message to all of the attendees. And we're going to run that next.
Hi, everyone. I'm Torrey Holt, former NFL wide receiver and North Carolina native. I'm thrilled to have a part in the 10th annual North Carolina Child Hunger Leaders Conference. Whether kids are learning in the classroom or online, school meals are an important source of nutrition and lifeline to many students across our nation. And it takes all of us: the bus driver, the cafeteria worker, state official, and volunteers. If you're helping to feed kids and making sure families know about meals offered at school or community organizations, you're a hunger hero. Thank you for all you do every day to ensure our kids have the fuel they need to thrive. Peace.
Tori's positive attitude is amazing. It's getting me even more energized, and I'm going to have to put back on my glasses in a minute here so I can get excited, especially excited. But I'm excited to get outside and get moving this summer. Thank you to Tori and to all the champions who speak out in support of this important work. Next on our conference schedule, we're going to have a lunch break at noon, but stay connected on Zoom because we have a lot of great videos to show, including another beautiful song from musician Reese Palmer, who was just such a moving performance that we saw yesterday. More great Pivot Talk videos, which have just really been a highlight for this conference. Then starting at noon, our cooking demonstrations, which are all original videos made especially for this conference, and they cover recipes that work for USDA programs, recipes that are great at home, and even a how-to on making your own cooking demo. So of course, then we're going to move on to the next session, which is at 1, will be our future of school nutrition policy. This is sure to be one of the highlights from our conference, so make sure not to miss U.S. Congresswoman Alma Adams, a real powerful voice, and our new State Superintendent Catherine Truitt, and other members of the DPI leadership. So I will see you then.
Thank you so much for having me be a part of your conference. I'm honored to be here, and so sad that I can't be there in person, but I hope that you enjoy this performance that I did of a song called Barley by the Birds of Chicago. I love this song, and this song has become my theme song over this pandemic because it's a song about resilience. And the things that don't kill me, the things that don't break me down are only making me stronger, only making me better, only making me more ready for the next fight. And so I hope that this song gives you all a sense of strength and a little bit of hope and just some fuel to keep the fight going, because the work that you're doing is amazing. So thank you again for having me. I'm Reese Palmer, and this is a performance, my performance of the song Barley.
The wind that shakes the barley, it will not shake me. The wind that shakes the barley, it will not shake me. The wind that shakes the barley won't shake me. As my grandma told me, this I know and I see. The fire that takes the kindling will not take me. The fire that takes the kindling will not take me. The fire that takes the kindling won't take me. Like my mama told me, this I know and I see. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah, oh, oh, the rain that floods the valley, it will not drown me. The rain that floods the valley will not drown me. The rain that floods the valley won't drown me. Like my mama told me, this I know and I that stoops the sparrow, it will not strike me. The hawk that stoops the sparrow, it will not strike me. The hawk that stoops the sparrow won't strike me. Like my mama told me, this I know and I see. I said, before the dawn breaks, it will not bind me. The dark before the dawn breaks, it will not bind me. The dark before the dawn breaks won't bind me. Like my grandma told me, this I know and I see. And I said, shakes the barley, it will not shake me. The wind that shakes the barley, it will not shake me. The wind that shakes the barley won't shake me. Like my mama told me, this I know and I see. Shakes the barley, the rain mama told me, this I know, and I see.
I'm Lisa Mehta, Nutrition Services Senior Manager for Child Care Services Association. Our Durham kitchen, along with our other kitchens and just about everyone in the world, started to see that by mid-March we were going to see a big change in our workload, and with centers closing or greatly reduced enrollments due to the COVID-19 crisis. In Durham, by late March, we were not serving any children in our child care centers, but a partnership between some community members together called Durham Feast, partly sponsored by Durham County, Durham Public Schools, the Durham Public Schools Foundation, the Durham Hotel, and a number of restaurants and caterers and folks like ourselves that normally provide meals in some way to the community. And that allowed us to keep working and keep reaching our families. The meals that were being provided were replacing those that had been distributed by Durham Public Schools. So we know that they're reaching the children and families throughout Durham County and help us through our transition until we can start serving those children in their centers again. So typically here at Child Care Services, we are preparing and packaging meals to be served right at lunchtime and then for snack and breakfast the following day. But during the COVID-19 crisis and helping replace Durham Public School meals, we are sending our items out frozen or chilled, and they'll be picked up by families or delivered directly to homes. But we're still using all of our scratch-made recipes. Here we have 100 containers of macaroni and cheese. They're double portions, so that will actually feed children for 200 meals. And added to these is going to be some broccoli, so the entire meal will be something they receive at once in one container. And those are being supplemented with some fresh fruits and vegetables from other local partners like Farmer Food Share. We're still able to utilize some of our local products during this time. These are North Carolina in-season strawberries that will be going into some oatmeal that will be served as a breakfast to take home or pick up at the school distribution sites. Deliveries right now are going to different school pickup locations throughout Durham. We're typically delivering to 2 to 4 different locations each week, and then at least once per week to storage for Durham Public Schools, so that they can do home deliveries for those that are not able to make it out for pickup.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Soldovini, and I am a graduate research assistant with the Carolina Hunger Initiative and No Kid Hungry North Carolina teams, and also a doctoral student in the Department of Nutrition in the Gilling School of Global Public Health at UNC. Getting kids and their families in the kitchen for nutrition education is an important part of our work. As No Kid Hungry North Carolina, we've partnered with Orange County Schools for many years to offer Cooking Matters for Kids classes, where volunteers from UNC Chapel Hill teach elementary school students about basic cooking skills and how to make healthy, affordable choices with what they eat. And in December, the Carolina Hunger Initiative began offering online nutrition education classes through our Cooking Matters at Home program. And so we're looking forward to offering our next classes. For this year's conference, we asked 7 different organizations to make original cooking demo videos. The chefs, organizations, and their recipes represent a wide variety of connections to fighting child hunger in North Carolina. Some dishes are perfect for the USDA guidelines that meal sponsors must follow as part of the federally supported child nutrition programs. Others feature working chefs from restaurants in North Carolina that support schools and community organizations in their work to feed kids, partnerships that are more important now than ever. One video even serves as a how-to on making your own cooking demonstration. Each cooking demo begins with information about the nutrition and hunger work the chefs and their organizations are doing to benefit people in our state. All of these videos are available on our website, carolinahungerinitiative.org, to watch again and share with friends. I hope you enjoy.
Hi, I'm Andrea Rusing from Lantern Restaurant in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Want to welcome you to this incredible day of this conference that's focused on hunger in North Carolina. It's an issue that's really important to all of us here at our restaurant and the whole restaurant community in North Carolina. We're going to make a really tasty dip made from carrots and sesame and a bunch of different aromatic spices. But first I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what kind of happened in our restaurant, the restaurant community at large in North Carolina when COVID happened last March. So we closed immediately kind of around, I think around the 15th or 18th of March. And pretty soon after that, just a couple weeks, we were lucky enough to be able to join forces with Bull City Schools, Food Insight Group, Durham Public Schools, and that's Jim Keaton, the awesome nutrition director in Durham, Megan Smith-Gonzalez at Bull City Schools, and Dr. Lyndon Thayer at Food Insight Group. And we, with a bunch of different partners, started kind of gathering ideas about how we could start to get some food to kids in Durham who were missing the meals that they would have eaten at school. So about 27 restaurants and caterers joined this effort. At the peak of the program, which was called NC Feast, we were feeding we were making about 70,000 meals a week. This effort morphed into the current work, which is called Eat NC, and that is a project that's also based in Durham, and it's a partnership between Durham County, Food Insight Group, a bunch of different restaurants, and a bunch of different partners. And that has kind of allowed us to do lots of different meals. We're doing meals for seniors, we're doing frozen casseroles for families using fresh local ingredients. We're making ingredient boxes where we kind of provide like some simple fun recipes and then a bunch of the different components for those recipes. So again, like restaurants across North Carolina are really engaged in this work and really want to be as supportive to the hunger community as we possibly can. So I look forward to hearing about this conference and what y'all are up to, and we're going to start making this carrot dip. So we're going to give you, you're going to have the recipe, so I don't really need to talk amounts too much. But basically, you just need some nice carrots. You don't have to peel them, which is great because we're going to puree them. I think the recipe that you're going to have is for about a pound. This recipe scales up really, really easily. And so you're just going to chop them up. Can you see that I'm losing these? Come back. Into just little rounds, roughly the same size, so when they're cooking, they cook around the same. It takes around the same amount of time for all of them to become tender. And we're gonna add some garlic. I know you guys know how to do this, but I like to do, if I'm doing a lot especially, I might go like this. That's not hard enough. Let's see, what do we have? You can use the bottom of a pan, like a skillet or a frying pan. Or if you've got a particularly hard-headed person in your life, you can employ them. You can really put as much as you want in terms of the garlic. We're going to cook this for a little bit less, maybe about a third of the amount of time that it takes the carrots. And so, same thing. Ooh, this is good. This is extremely heavy. So easy when you have the right tool. That's what they say. So I'm just going to peel this garlic. Some of the other partners that have been involved in this work are Happy Dirt, which was formerly Eastern Carolina Organics, and Farmer Food Share. They've allowed us to get really good prices on awesome local produce like rutabagas and sweet potatoes and collards and onions, and then also some exotic, really delicious organic citrus from California and South Carolina and Georgia. Also really great North Carolina apples. Okay, I'm just gonna do a little more. Again, like a cast iron skillet works really well. A super heavy like mason jar can be really good. So this is what I'm gonna cook. This is my ratio. You can really do any ratio you want. First, we're gonna simmer the carrots in a little lightly salted water. And when the carrots are still really al dente, like about halfway cooked, you can just throw the garlic in and simmer that as well. I've always wanted to do this. Through the magic of this small screen, Lydia, who you can't see but is producing this whole affair, made these for us, and the garlic is actually mixed in here. So when you drain your carrots, you want to save the liquid because it's super flavorful, it tastes like carrots, and we're going to use a little bit of it when we make the dip. Okay, you can do this in a Cuisinart, you can do this with a potato masher, you can do it in a mixing bowl with a big, very stiff whisk. You could do it in like a food processor, a Cuisinart. Depending on how your motor is, you might need more or less liquid. This is a VitaPrep. It's kind of like a fancy, very kind of industrial restaurant blender, but this stick really helps. But you don't need this at all. I'm just using it because the extension cord was long enough to get it over here. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do this maybe half at a time. Actually, I think I can do it all. But you probably, if you have a smaller blender, you might wanna just work in batches, it'll be easier. So, smells delicious. I'm gonna go ahead and put the seasonings in now because you're gonna have a recipe. You're gonna know exactly how much you're putting in, so you're not gonna really have to taste it as you go too much. I'm gonna do some lemon juice. This is how I do lemons. It's kind of lazy. It's not good if you have cuts on your fingers, but it really like gets the job done. It's pretty fast. I like it lemony. You can use any kind of oil in this. This is olive oil. Safflower is good too. This is tahini. It's roasted sesame seeds with oil. We made this ourselves. You can make it yourself or you can buy it. It's got a little in there. Salt. Are there any dietitians there today? Close your eyes. I'm just kidding. I think one of the most interesting things that we found in this whole cooking situation cooking sometimes for USDA regulations, sometimes just for different dietary purposes, is if you're not using processed food, it's really actually pretty easy to use kind of like whole ingredients. You still have a lot of room to add salt and fat, so that's been a really great discovery. So I've got cinnamon, coriander, cumin, and some mild chili. You could use paprika. And this is like a teeny bit of citric acid, not necessary, but we use it just to kind of create a lot of kind of puckery acid without too much lemon flavor. So I think that's pretty much it. Ta-da! You want it to have a nice texture, a little chunky still. And then mine is pretty thick because I didn't use much liquid because I have this fancy blender. Yours might be a little thinner. It'll definitely thicken up in the refrigerator. And this is not spicy, but it has like a very appealing flavor. I've never seen a kid not eat this, even my own children. Really, I've never seen anybody not enjoy this. So you can serve it with pita, you can serve it with crackers, with vegetables. It's really good with pickles. It's great. Thanks so much. Hope to see you all soon in person.
Hi, I'm Tracy Bates, registered and licensed dietitian and school nutrition specialist with the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. In my role, I work with the NC K-12 Culinary Institute.
NCDPI School Nutrition Services worked with a team of registered dietitians and chefs to create the Institute to enhance the availability of appealing nutritious school meals, encourage participation in school nutrition programs, increase student consumption of fruit, vegetables, and whole grains, and support the health, wellness, and academic success of our students. The Institute was funded in part with grants from USDA and the Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina Foundation. School nutrition professionals have participated in regional workshops across the state, offering hands-on learning regarding knife skills, measuring and weighing accurately, preparing foods for just-in-time service, work simplification and scheduling, effective use of equipment, and quality food preparation and service for fruits, vegetables, lean proteins, whole grains, and low-fat dairy. Over 1,200 school nutrition managers and 90 school nutrition administrators have graduated from the Institute as culinary specialists or chef ambassadors, charged with teaching it forward at the local level. In addition to the skills and Teach It Forward resources, Institute graduates have access to over 200 new on-trend creative recipes for school meals, many featuring ingredients grown in North Carolina. Now enjoy a culinary demo of one of those recipes from two of our NC K-12 Culinary Institute graduates from New Hanover County Schools.
Well, good morning, and this is Eimer Smith and Michael Markentone. We're from New Hanover County Schools. I'm the director in New Hanover County Schools, and today we're going to be making a recipe through the Culinary K-12 class, Blueberry Crisp. Now, North Carolina is a big producer of blueberries. It has lots of fiber, antioxidants. They're low in calories, low in sodium, low in cholesterol. So what a great recipe for us to make today for the students here in New Hanover County. With this recipe, we are going to we're going to go over the preparations. We're going to spray the pan with nonstick spray. And then we're going to add 2 pounds of, we've got some frozen USDA blueberries that we're going to pour into the pan. Then Michael's going to add some cornstarch just to add some bulk to the recipe, to the blueberries. So, you know, because the liquid will, as you cook blueberries, make the liquid come out of the blueberries. So we're going to add some cornstarch to kind of thicken up this recipe. It's about we're going to add 2 tablespoons, right? 1 tablespoon. 1 tablespoon. And as he's doing that, we're going to also add some lemon juice. Lemon juice will kind of help out with the blueberries, with the tart taste that it has. So we're going to add some lemon juice to this also. 2 teaspoons. And as he's pouring the lemon juice in there, now we're going to take both of these ingredients and kind of just hand toss the blueberries into both of these ingredients with the cornstarch and the lemon juice, just to make sure that we kind of cover each blueberry with these ingredients. Great job. All right, we're going to change gloves because blueberries do add a little bit of a color change to your gloves. So we're going to change gloves. Here we have some dry ingredients. If you notice, we already kind of pre-portioned everything out just because it does make it easier for any cooks to kind of put their ingredients together. Go ahead and pre-portion your ingredients, and then it kind of cuts back on time. So he's going to add some oats, some oats that we got from USDA, some whole wheat flour from USDA. We've got white granulated sugar. There's also brown sugar. And just to add a little spice, we got some cinnamon. It just adds that good flavor. And we're going to mix that together. And what we're doing right now is we're making a crumb. So you want to make the topping for the blueberry crisp, as you can see in the picture. On the side, and just to note, do take out your margarine ahead of time. We don't want it melted. We want it room temperature. This enables when it mixes up with the dry ingredients to form a crumb. So Michael's just going to take it. He's going to work it into the dry ingredients. We want a really good crummy texture. Nothing that's going to be, that's what crisp is all about, is having that crisp taste with the dry ingredients. And this is just a very, very easy recipe that you're going to be, you can make at home. I know K-12 has made or will make recipes for families for home. I know that this recipe is a serving for 10, and it is something that, if you have leftovers, it's a great way to have leftovers with blueberry crisp. So as we're working together the dry ingredients and the room temperature margarine, we're going to spread that on top of the blueberries that have been sitting here in the cornstarch and lemon juice. And this recipe is kind of fun to play with. It's very easy. I've made it at home. My family's really enjoyed it a lot. And all you're going to do is just kind of evenly spread the crumb mixture over the blueberries. And you just want to kind of generously spread that over. I know I like, you can add more topping if you'd like. You can add less. It's just kind of your preference on what you like. I kind of like a lot of topping on mine. And I know the students do too. They love a lot of topping. Some things that, we do in New Hanover County is we do try to utilize a lot of our commodity food items into our recipes. So this is a great way that we've incorporated some USDA items along with, just some favorites of the kids and the students that they'll really enjoy this blueberry crisp. So now that you can see the finished product, easy to make, 350 degrees, you're going to set your oven prior to making this, 35 to 40 minutes, and we're going to show you the finished product of our blueberry crisp. Easy item to make, And we've got a delicious product right here for Blueberry Crisp. This is a little larger pan, but we know that our kids are going to enjoy it and they're going to devour every pan that we've made today. So thank you, Michael, for being here. And I hope that you enjoy these recipes at home through K-12 and No Kid Hungry. Thank you for all your support with school nutrition.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Charles Hall. I'm the Providence Community Meal Chef here at Second Harvest Food Bank. And I just want to talk to you guys about some of the meals that we're serving in our communities. We're doing over 3,500 meals a week. And it's just some simple things that we do. I just want to show you a few of the things. And then I want to demonstrate how to make a quick meal with, it's called teriyaki chicken and rice. All right, first thing we got boneless, skinless chicken breast. So I'm par cooking that on both sides. You want to always cook your chicken up to 165 degrees. That's what you want to cook it to when you're ready to eat it. But I'm going to par cook this about 145, and then I'll freeze it, and then you reheat it back at a preheated oven at 350 degrees. And then you pop it into the oven or the microwave for 10 to 15 minutes. And I have some peas here and corn, And just to remind you that we try to make sure that we got the proper vegetables. We always have a whole grain product also in this. And we also serve some dairy and some fruit to go along with it as well. So we got some peas here, peas and corn, a little butter and salt. A little butter and salt, not too much salt and butter. Just preheating that. And some rice, whole grain rice, brown rice. And we have some roasted red potatoes. Skin on roasted red potatoes. Now I'm doing this a little warm, but normally all this will be chilled down to below 35 degrees when we all plate it up. It's all chilled down to 35 degrees. And first thing we will do, we have a machine in the back, but I won't go through all that right now. We will put our rice into the bigger slot. Put our brown rice. We take our chicken, which I sauteed with a little teriyaki. Then I will take my glaze. I glaze it across the top. And I will give them 4 ounces of veggies, which would be peas and carrots. And then I would do the same with the rest of the roasted red potatoes. Voila, and you have your meal. This is the process right here, the same meal. But we have the reheating instructions on them, and we'll tell you exactly when to freeze it, when to use it by, what temperature you need to cook it to, and how many minutes you need to cook it. Yes, remember I was telling you about that we never put the food into these trays hot. We always bring that temperature down to 35 or below. And then we plate it up, and we have a machine in the back that seals them completely this way. But I know a lot of you guys at home don't have that machine, so what you can do is chill that meal down, get you some saran wrap, and you wrap that tray. Just completely wrap it. You want to pull it out so you can, we call this a cater wrap. So if you drop it or anything, the food will stay in there. Just double wrap it. Come back across the top, fold it down. And you can freeze this meal. Once you freeze it, that date stops on it. But once you thaw it out, you have to cook it that day. So that's the process. It's simple. There you have it. I appreciate it. Thank you guys a lot.
Hi, I'm Beth with the Western North Carolina Farmers Market in Asheville. For many years, we have had hundreds of students visit our market, and the same is true for our other state farmers markets around North Carolina. We miss having that important educational opportunity to share information about North Carolina farms, its farmers, and the importance of these farmers markets to local agriculture. Each of our markets created a virtual field trip on its website. Classrooms can take a look at that, and we hope we'll go a step further and follow up with questions or activities for learning about farming and agriculture. Our North Carolina Department of Agriculture has produced materials that can enhance classroom learning, and we can provide those through our office. We miss having you in person at our market and look forward to seeing those activity buses showing up with students eager to learn about local North Carolina agriculture. In the meantime, let's keep the relationship between the classroom and North Carolina agriculture by staying in touch through these virtual experiences.
The summer food program in our county is unique because we have multiple sponsors and site coordinators that facilitate a comprehensive feeding plan every year. It's been going on for about 5 years, the real systemic building of those partnerships. And when COVID-19 hit, that really allowed us to quickly approach our partners and address the need to feed children in what would normally be a time that they were in school. We are a diverse county. We have rural pockets, we have urban pockets, and when COVID hit, we knew that these students that are in the rural pockets were going to be the most vulnerable and unable to get to the feeding sites. And so one of the key things we looked at was, how do we get these meals to students that are in the corners of the county and are unable to get to a school curbside location? And the ability to kind of bring in our faith partners and the school systems, bus system, and a lot of nonprofits that would normally do some outreach during the summer. And we really built up quite a large infrastructure to do neighborhood delivery fairly quickly.
So Wake County government really provides the backbone support for this effort in Wake County. And having that support really allowed us to align early during the process with the emergency operations. That allowed our food security team to be more focused on innovating, on finding where those pockets of need were in the community. And it gave us a lot of support with logistics.
The public health crisis continued. We did do some more mapping with the school systems and identified areas where we knew there were large pockets of food insecurity. And from that, we were able to compare that with our, some of our stronger summer food program partners. And we located 14 spots to start what we called community food hubs. Essentially, this is where the whole family could come and get about 1 to 2 weeks worth of food. The thought being that it feeds the whole family. It helps limit exposure to people outside of your family unit. So it's just kind of a one-stop location. You don't have to go every day to get the meals. And it allowed us to infuse fresh produce, meat, dairy, all using CARES funds. The other unique thing that we did was we operated basically a grocery delivery system to neighborhoods around those hubs. So each hub was assigned 2 to 3 neighborhoods that they would deliver these groceries to. And, the key point in identifying the location for those hubs and those neighborhoods were they were in areas where we didn't have a curbside school in, a direct area, or we did not have a big bus food truck route. So it allowed us to really canvass the whole county and address hunger comprehensively.
Hey there, my name is Dr. Ruth Steidinger, and I am the proud principal of Olive Chapel Elementary in Wake County Public Schools. I'm also the 2020 North Central Regional Principal of the Year. And I've been asked to share a couple thoughts about how Wake County has made this shift during this pandemic to ensure that we meet the needs of all of our children with regards to meals. I had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Paula DeLuca. She oversees our child nutrition services in Wake County Public Schools, and she gave me some compelling statistics that I'd like to share with you. We deliver meals to 72 neighborhood locations, as well as to hotels for students in transition via our big bus food truck program. Our bus drivers are delivering meals during this time. We have served roughly 4 million during this pandemic. In addition, we have drive-through meal pickup services at 47 curbside locations, and we continue to serve our students in person for free. One of the things that Mr. Lucas shared with me that was very compelling and caused me pause is that what we've discovered during this pandemic is that there are families that are in need where it may have not been so obvious to us during our normal day-to-day operations. There's a lot more vulnerability in our society and community for which we are not aware. We often see poverty as tagged to certain neighborhoods, the look of it or the collection of the individuals who live there. But what we have seen is that poverty does not have a stereotypical face. It can be masked by things for which we take for granted. For instance, one may see a family's home and consider them to be financially stable. But what we may not know is behind those doors could be 2 parents or a single parent who may have lost their job and now can't afford to put meals on the table. So what was compelling to me is that we've got to be careful about making assumptions about any family during this pandemic. And that's the shift that we've had to make, is that we are finding that we have a lot more families at risk and in a vulnerable situation than we anticipated. We're grateful to Congress for giving the USDA waivers to operate in the manner in which we are. Might be something that we might have to consider moving forward so that we ensure that no child ever goes hungry. I'm tremendously grateful for the work of North Carolina No Kid Hungry and the passion they have around the work to ensure that every child comes to school, be it in person or virtual at this point, with a meal, so that they don't come to the table of learning hungry. Because we know that if a child's basic needs aren't met, it is a tremendous challenge to engage in learning. So I'm grateful to Wake County Public Schools, to Ms. DeLuca and all the hard work that she and her staff have done to ensure that all of our students are fed, and also to North Carolina No Kid Hungry for the work that they do. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Bro, Jace Harden, Kevin Durant, and Kyrie Irving are same team.
Hold on, bro. Y'all hungry?
Low key, yeah.
What kind of hungry? Y'all trying to go Bojangles, bro?
Yeah.
I'm down. Y'all got money? I forgot my wallet. Nah. I forgot my wallet.
Let me check.
I forgot my money.
I don't got money.
I don't got money either.
Hey, they have food bank at the school.
Let's go to that.
All right, let's go.
Come on. This gonna come in handy today.
Bro, I'm hungry, bro. I'm ready for this.
Excuse me, sir. Is this the food bank?
Yes, sir.
The food bank. Well, any of this? You can get anything you want, tools, everything, and it's all free. Especially get you some vegetables. They're great for you.
I'm gonna name you some of these.
Hi everyone, I'm Brandon Miller, goalkeeper from the Charlotte Independence in the USL, and I'm so glad to be here with you, well almost, at the 10th Annual North Carolina Child Hunger Leaders Conference. I want to thank you for helping ensure all kids have enough to eat during this crisis and beyond. Thanks so much for being a hunger hero for our children. Families have enough on their plates right now. Because of you, kids are getting the food they need, and that's life-changing.
My name is Holly Norman. I serve as the Development Coordinator for the Health Foundation, Inc. of North Wilkesboro. Established in 1991, the Health Foundation is a nonprofit organization dedicated to the health and well-being of Wilkes County, North Carolina, and we want all children and adults to be safe, healthy, and able to thrive. Due to the large number of food insecure households in Wilkes, many children depend on Wilkes County schools for 2 meals a day, breakfast and lunch. While we are not typically in the business of running programs directly, the pandemic forced everyone to pivot in the way they met the needs of their communities. When schools closed in March, the Child Nutrition Department continued feeding children through a car line pickup system throughout the spring and summer. Staff worked tirelessly and without pause to feed children aged 1 to 18. But they were unable to cover a 2-week break before the start of school due to reimbursement rules. Thankfully, Second Harvest Food Bank stepped in to supply the food, which was then prepared at Providence Kitchen in Winston-Salem. Then, thanks to the mobilization of more than 60 community volunteers, in heat and torrential downpours, we were able to serve 24,000 meals for children over those 2 weeks. Then, the professionals in the Child Nutrition Department took over when school came back into session. Now, our Food Access Coordinator, Sierra Watson, and Program Director, Jen Wages, are continuing to work with Providence Kitchen to provide refrigeration-stable meals to families dealing with food insecurity. In partnering with the Wilkes County Health Department and Wilkes County Schools for distributions, families have received over 2,600 meals. We plan to continue this program at least through May.
Good afternoon. My name is Andre King, and I am the Executive Director of Esther's Heart for Transformation Ministry, Incorporated. Our passion and our goal, our mission, is eliminating the distraction of hunger. The way that we do that is by preparing weekend meal bags and delivering it to the schools for the children to have food over the weekend. During this pandemic, it has been a great privilege to serve the volume that we have served. Not only reaching the children that attend the schools, but also serving those throughout the community. 10,719 bags is what we have provided during the pandemic. Continue to serve the community and make a difference, one family at a time. We are grateful for the opportunity to be the hands and feet in the earth, eliminating the distraction of hunger. Thank you.
Hello and welcome everyone who's fighting the good fight against child hunger. I want to thank you all for all of your attendees attending the conference today to learn more and more about how can we continue to empower and, more importantly, feed our kids. This past year, wow, what can I say? What a great partnership that we have with our Cape Fear tutoring program. Last year at Find a Friend, a Fayetteville Urban Ministry, we were able to feed or surpass more than 1,300 meals. More importantly, or just as important, over 350 snacks for our kids. Why does that matter here in Cumberland County? 1 out of every 4 children, or every four kids, are experiencing what we call food insecurity. So I just want to say a huge thanks to Cape Fear Tutoring, your team. You're faithful, you're strong, your partnership is amazing to us at Fayetteville Urban Ministry and the Find a Friend program. My name is Johnny Wilson, Executive Director of Fayetteville Urban Ministry, and I approve this message. Let's continue with the good fight.
Hello, I'm Jill Cox, President and CEO of Communities and Schools of North Carolina. At CIS, our mission is to surround students with a community of support, empowering them to stay in school and achieve in life. Our students are truly amazing, and we have seen their resilience come to life. They often face challenges like poverty and food insecurity. We walk alongside of our students, families, and educators to help tear down barriers and connect our young people with the resources they need to thrive. The CIS network serves 168,000 public school students in 36 communities across North Carolina. We meet their needs, we collaborate with schools and educators, we partner with local families, businesses, and agencies like the food banks and our Backpack Buddy programs, to ensure that we are brokering resources into our families' homes and into the communities that they live in. We meet students where they are. We do whatever it takes to support our students on their path to success. About 92% of our students are eligible for free and reduced price lunch programs, and they depend on school for some of their daily meals and their nutrition. Not surprisingly, when school buildings shut down, so did access to meals for many of our young people.
When school closed in March 2020, we ran immediately to our food pantries to take inventory and to begin to develop a distribution plan. We began to distribute food to our back porches and front yards, sidewalks, wherever it was safe.
All across the state, CIS staff and volunteers pivoted to stand in that nutrition gap for our students and our families, as many of our parents faced joblessness and business shutdown. We loaded food boxes into school buses and distributed items door to door on bus routes in communities where the need was great. We coordinated drive-thrus where our families could pick up healthy meals and bags stuffed with items for their pantry when they got home. I'm really amazed and proud to say that our Communities and Schools community has connected thousands of students and families to over 2.5 tons of food. Many school buildings are still closed yet today, so it's still more important than ever to ensure that our students have access to healthy, nutritious food. We know there's hope on the horizon. We know that there are great possibilities for each one of our students, and we will continue to bridge the gap and make sure that our students unleash their potential.
In the eyes of the mom who tries her best to just put some food on the plate, in the face of the child who can't comprehend why in this world.
Each week I come out and put stickers on the cars, so I'm interacting with each individual in each car that comes through and their families. And so it's just like a consistent thing for them too, of like seeing a familiar face and just building relationships. And also like providing in that way, but also providing in food too. And so it's a nice connection.
Can't be watered down to just
Out of the Garden brings such an incredible amount of color to our community that an example of that is when our church is at the warehouse packing boxes full of mostly produce, but sometimes other types of food. It is just such a colorful mix of nutrition. And their heart in giving back to our community is right there in that box. And there is so much thought and heart put into everything that is in that box or in that bag of backpack food. It's not just a quick decision. There's just a lot of thought and heart put into that. And that's what I love about Out of the Garden Project and being involved as a church.
And so, you know, all of that to say, it's kind of like a slow growth in the space. It's very calm, very peaceful, lots of relationship building. And yeah, I'd say we color it through, I mean, literally through like a rainbow of vegetables out here.
Yeah. We are an urban farm. It's special in that way.
I think it colors this community in a very positive way. It's beneficial for me and my family. Very beneficial, and they brighten my day by helping me being able to feed my kids and just stretch the food a little bit more longer than regular.
Yeah, when I think of Out of the Garden Project, I think of green actually, because they're bringing life with all kinds of green fruits and vegetables, and in so doing, they're bringing us together as a community, as Mickey said. We come together to recognize that we're all better off when we are all better off.
Tapestry filled with 9 billion souls can't be watered down. Oh, I see
Greetings. My name is Brian Haynes, and I'm the Executive Director and Site Coordinator for Summer Feeding at Pine Acres Community Center. Pine Acres Community Center is located in the southern Wake County in the town of Fuquay-Varina, North Carolina. We have been a summer feeding site for several years now where we've seen such tremendous success, including starting our intergenerational program where our Meals on Wheels congregants were able to eat with our summer feeding students. Now, we all know 2020 was a year we did not expect. And when I got that phone call and asked, is there any way we can have a feeding site up in 2 days, I hit the ground running. I reached out to all the volunteers I've used throughout the years and said, look, this is what we have going on and we need to make it happen. So in 2 days, we were able to start our curbside feeding site, which from the first day we had tremendous success. We had at least 200 to 300 students coming through our line in those first few weeks. But one of our main pivots was we realized that we had so many areas that we were not reaching. So I had to look and see what areas we need to reach. So when I looked at those areas, I realized that we were not able to reach those students because many of those students and parents did not have transportation. So I enlisted so many volunteers from different civic organizations, neighborhoods, churches, and everybody, and said, look, we need to make delivery routes. So in the next few weeks, we were able to start 6 delivery routes, which reached students in Willow Springs, Fuquay-Varina, Hollow Springs, and even parts of Apex. In those first few weeks, we started with about 200 or 300 delivery meals. By the end of the time, we were reaching up to 600 to 700 meals, and as a whole, we were doing over 1,000 meals a day. Another one of the pivots was the cafeteria staff told us that many of the students, yes, they were eating hot meals Monday through Friday, but the other thing that we realized was they weren't eating during the weekends. So we enlisted volunteers and we enlisted donations to start packaging care packages. And those care packages were given out every Friday to each family. And they had different snacks, they had different cereals, they had ramen noodles, they had different things that they were able to eat to get them back to us on Monday. Now, I could not be more thankful for the volunteers. We had hundreds of volunteers from even the Fuquay-Varina, Hollow Springs, Apex, from Sanford. Even people were driving almost 2 hours to help us volunteer. They braved the rain, even during the summertime, they braved the rain to even give out these meals to these students. And I'm so thankful for each and every one of them. By the time we transition our meals back to our main feeding site at our school, Lincoln Heights Elementary School, we had did over 60,000 meals here just at our site. We were one of the highest sites in Wake County altogether. So our main pivots were, we were not able to reach all the students because of transportation was an issue. So we had to meet that need. So we reached and made transportation happen. And we're so thankful that we did because we were able to touch so many lives.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started in just a couple of minutes.
In the meantime, we've got another Menti.com poll that you participate in from your phone or computer. Just head to Menti.com and type in the number at the top of the screen.
Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Little darling, the smiles returning to their faces. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Sun, 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 here it comes. 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 Little darling, I feel that ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been clear. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. It's alright. Bus is arriving, all the kids are striving for a healthy breakfast that will leave them thriving. Thrilled about school lunch, let's feed the whole bunch. No kid goes hungry in our state. Use your voices, make your choices, from the Blue Ridge Parkway to the Kitty Hawk Skyway. We can make a difference for the hungry children. No kid goes hungry in our state. Better access with education will make them stronger for generations, for health and wholeness, for joy and power. No kid goes hungry in our state.
Welcome back, everyone. And if you're just joining in, welcome to the 10th Annual North Carolina Child Hunger Leaders Conference. This is the session on the future of child nutrition policy. We will hear from state and federal leaders about what to expect in the coming years for child nutrition from the perspective of policymakers. Leading this session is our friend, Dr. Lynn Harvey, Director of School Nutrition and District Operations at the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. If you don't already know Lynn, you'll meet her during our opening session. You met her during our opening session with her outstanding By the Numbers talk posted on our website. I want to take a moment to say thank you to Lynn and to your team for all the work that you've done to support children and the people who feed them through this pandemic. We already knew you were incredible advocates for North Carolinians, but this past year has proven it once again. The entire DPI team deserves a lot of credit for advocating for USDA waivers, getting buses on the roads with meals, and working since the very first minute of school closures to find ways to keep feeding kids. So thank you again and welcome, Lynn.
Thank you, Luann. It's a pleasure to join you again this afternoon. And I shared a few statistics yesterday that I thought were very impressive about the work of our statewide school nutrition community. I'd like to share one more. We collectively provided over 130 million meals since the pandemic to our children. That is an amazing statistic, and it takes all of us together working together to bring about that kind of an accomplishment. So here's another one for the record books that we can celebrate. I do appreciate the opportunity of joining you today. And for our next session, we're going to address the future of school nutrition policy. I'm joined today by a distinguished panel, each of whom will share their unique perspectives. These panelists include our state superintendent, Catherine Truitt, and members of the DPI leadership team. But first, I have the honor of introducing a message from U.S. Congresswoman Alma Adams. Congresswoman Adams continues to be a strong advocate for nutrition policy that helps address North Carolina's unacceptable rate of hunger and food insecurity. Now, as you may recall, Congresswoman Adams was recently reelected to serve her fourth term, representing the 12th Congressional District. From a food security perspective, this is an interesting corridor of our state that includes some of the highest percentages of food insecure families. She knows firsthand how hunger impacts children, families, communities. She also understands that child hunger is not only a health issue, it's an education issue, an economic issue, and an issue of national security. We're fortunate to have Congresswoman Adams' leadership. She serves on the Committee on Financial Services, the Committee on Education and Labor, which, by the way, is the committee that will likely oversee the reauthorization of school nutrition programs. So this committee's impact on school nutrition policy is critical. She also serves on the House Agriculture Committee. In fact, she serves as the vice chair of this committee, which is another committee that is critical in shaping nutrition policy. Congresswoman Adams is also herself an educator, having spent much of her career teaching teachers at Belmont College in Greensboro. Throughout her career, Congresswoman Adams has promoted quality education for all students, and she has introduced legislation to provide nutritious breakfast in schools and legislation to support increased pay for teachers. Here's Congresswoman Adams.
Good afternoon. I'm Congresswoman Adams, representative for the 12th District of North Carolina. It's an honor to join you during this incredibly important event. Thank you to the Carolina Hunger Initiative and No Kid Hungry North Carolina for bringing us all together today. And thank you to everyone attending, our nutrition professionals, educators, community members, and advocates for your dedication to feeding North Carolina's children. The COVID-19 pandemic has wreaked havoc on each of our lives, but it's taken the greatest toll on those with the least, on people of color, on women, on expecting mothers, on those without secure housing or work, on older Americans, and tragically on our nation's children. Feeding America estimates that prior to the pandemic, 35 million Americans were food insecure, nearly 11 million of which were children. In our home state, nearly 1.5 million North Carolinians, 440,000 of which were children, weren't certain where their next meal would come from. And prior to the pandemic in Mecklenburg County alone, where my district is, more than 146,000 people were food insecure, including 40,000 children. Because of COVID-19, we know that hunger has only gotten much worse. Nationally, 43 million Americans, including 1.5 million North Carolinians, are currently enrolled in SNAP, the biggest federal anti-hunger program. That's an increase of more than 6 million people since the pandemic began. Food banks across the country have seen an average increase of 60% in the number of people seeking help. Nationally, more than 50 million people and 17 million children may experience food insecurity because of COVID-19. That's 15 million more people who are struggling with food insecurity in our nation, including 7 million more children. The situation is dire, and that's why I'm especially grateful for the work that each of you are doing every day in incredibly difficult situations to get food to our children. I'm proud to say we're working hard to combat hunger in Congress too. Since I was elected in 2014, I've been honored to serve on the House committees on agriculture and the Committee on Education and Labor. These two committees have jurisdiction over our federal anti-hunger programs, including SNAP, WIC, and child nutrition programs like the school breakfast program and school lunch program. Because of the disproportionate impact of the coronavirus on Americans struggling with food insecurity, I fought alongside my Democratic colleagues to ensure that the Families First Coronavirus Act and the CARES Act contain specific provisions to ease hunger, including increased funding for SNAP, WIC, child and senior meals, and food banks. Additionally, at the end of last year, we fought to pass the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021. This law includes many important nutrition provisions, including an extension of the 15% increase in SNAP benefits through June. And my bill, the Feed the Children Act, which provides funding for local food authorities to help continue providing our children meals through the end of the pandemic. And now with the Biden-Harris administration at the helm, there's even more we're going to be able to do to fight against the impacts of COVID-19 on the health, financial, and food security of millions of Americans and their families. In fact, last week, the House marked up language in our committees that will make up President Biden's American Rescue Plan, bringing $1.9 trillion in much needed relief. The American Rescue Plan will fight hunger, and particularly child hunger, by maintaining and expanding the pandemic EBT program, by investing more than $5 billion in the program so that low-income families have access to food assistance during both the school year and summer months, providing more than $800 million for the WIC program, which supports vulnerable low-income women and infants, extending the 15% increase in SNAP through September of this year, and promoting technological improvements for SNAP, online purchasing, modernizing the electronic benefit transfer system, and supporting SNAP mobile payment technologies. I know that with the American Rescue Plan on the way, help is also on the way for the millions of Americans struggling with food insecurity. So thank you for allowing me to join you today. I look forward to continuing to work with each of you to combat food insecurity and child hunger in North Carolina. Everyone, please stay safe. Remember to wear your mask, wash your hands, and stay 6 feet away from others. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Adams, for your leadership and your important reminders about how we can all be involved in shaping policy. Thanks as well to each of our conference participants today for keeping Congresswoman Adams and our entire congressional delegation well informed about the importance of strong, common sense nutrition policy as a means of overcoming hunger and food insecurity in our state and in our nation. Effective food policies can drive change in all corners of the food system. And we all know federal and state policy determines how we operate the school nutrition programs at both the state and local levels. And as was mentioned yesterday, the 117th Congress is in session, and we suspect the congressional reauthorization of school nutrition will be on the docket this year. In addition, our own North Carolina General Assembly is in session and is quite active. Policies around funding, nutrition standards, student eligibility, and other priority areas will be shaped for the years to come. It's imperative that each of us make the time to keep ourselves well informed and engaged in policy discussions, and to be the one voice about which we spoke yesterday, the voice for the students and children we serve. And now to our panelists. It's my pleasure today to introduce our new Superintendent of Public Instruction, Catherine Truitt. Superintendent Truitt joined the department last month, and she has quickly established important priorities for the state and the department. And she and the DPI leadership team have quite literally hit the ground running. They know every day counts in helping our students achieve their best. Superintendent Truitt is herself an educator with 15 years of K-12 teaching and turnaround coaching experience. She also has considerable experience in education policy work and higher education leadership. She is, I think, as you'll hear today, committed to putting all students at the center of an education experience that prepares them for the future. Now, she is joined today by members of the DPI leadership team that include Dr. Robert Taylor, who will serve as the Deputy Superintendent in the area of school and student support. Dr. Taylor is also an educator. He has served as a teacher, coach, principal, assistant principal, superintendent, and most recently, superintendent in Bladen County Schools. Like others on the panel, Dr. Taylor's #1 goal is to serve and support the needs of all children. He believes we must advocate for our students and their families and the education community at large. Dr. Taylor was recently recognized as the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction's Friend of School Nutrition, the first superintendent to receive this recognition. We're also joined today by Freebird McKinney, who's a former Teacher of the Year who now serves the department and the State Board of Education as a policy advisor and legislative director. Freebird was instrumental in helping to secure CARES Act funds for school nutrition and those state funds to eliminate the reduced price copay for children who qualify for reduced price meals at school. As you know, this was a huge step towards helping to eliminate hunger among students. Freebird was also recently recognized by the School Nutrition Association of North Carolina as a Friend of School Nutrition. Another friend of school nutrition is Julie Pittman. We know Julie well from her advocacy and leadership work with No Kid Hungry and Share Our Strength. Julie comes from a family of educators and served as a classroom teacher in Rutherford County for nearly 20 years. Julie often reminds us that each of us plays an important role in supporting student success. Julie's philosophy as an educator is regardless of whether you serve in the classroom or in the cafeteria, the bus garage, or the boardroom, we all have an important role in student success. So let's begin our discussion today with Superintendent Truitt. Superintendent, thank you for joining us today. We look forward to working with you to achieve great things for our students. Would you begin by telling us a bit more about yourself and your priorities? And I'd very much like to hear about your North Star as it guides our work together in the future.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harvey. It really is an honor to be here with you all today. I am just in awe of you and the work that you do on a day-to-day basis, but particularly the work that you and your team and everyone across the state has done to get to that How many tens of millions of meals did you say? Tell me again.
130 million.
It's just absolutely incredible. And so I stand or sit today very humbled by the work that you all have done. And also, there was a word that was used earlier, I think, by you, Dr. Harvey, and that is the word unacceptable. The fact that the numbers of food insecurity that we are seeing, both pre-COVID, but especially during this time of COVID, are unacceptable. And so for that reason, I'm just incredibly happy to do what I can to be a part of the solution. My North Star is that every single student in our state should have a highly qualified, excellent teacher in every single class. This North Star is kind of obvious, right? This is what we all want. But the reason it's important to say this out loud and to put this idea out there every time that my team and I speak is because we currently don't have this in our state. And it is essential to ensuring that education does give everyone the opportunity to escape their circumstances as the American dream promises. I would say that one of the most important things that my team and I will be addressing this coming long session is the recognition that we have not moved the needle in our state on literacy and reading proficiency for the past few decades. And so as I was preparing my remarks for this conference, I was thinking to myself, well, as we continue to get our ducks in a row to go all in for training our teachers in the science of reading, ensuring that we are addressing the challenges in our state of reading proficiency from a systemic standpoint of ensuring that our teachers are equipped. Of course, I couldn't help but think, well, if students are hungry, if they are malnourished, then this work will be for naught, because our students cannot be the best version of themselves, let alone try to learn how to read if they have empty tummies. And so I am incredibly, again, cognizant of this very basic need that we have to meet for all children in order for all of these other wonderful things that my team and I are trying to do in order to move outcomes forward for all kids in education. And it starts at this space of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? It starts with nutrition. And so I applaud you and your team for your efforts. And I am very excited to hear what my incredible colleagues who know even more about this than I cannot wait to hear what they have to share with the panel.
Thank you. We look forward to being partners in education with you. And to that end, we often frame the school nutrition program as an integral part of the instructional day. Might you have thoughts about where you see the school nutrition program in that context of the entire school day? Where does it fit?
Yeah, you know, the first time I saw that, I have to say, because I have been in schools outside of North Carolina that do this, I actually saw this for the first time when I was teaching overseas in England, where there was a fruit governess and a water governess, and these people were responsible for delivering fruit to the classroom as well as water. And this was something that was for all students, regardless of income. This was just a given that the school was going to provide fruit. And there was also at that time the Jamie Oliver Challenge, who's some of you may remember him as a British celebrity chef, but he actually challenged the British school system to provide nutritious hot meals every day for all students in the UK. Now we're talking about we're talking about a population that's about the size of North Carolina's population, and they were able to do that for their whole country. But that's always stuck with me, that it used to be that smaller communities could grow food and serve it, and these communities in England found a way to do that. But for me, making it the idea that you can't eat in class, to me, that should be a thing of the past. And again, I love the idea of feeding all students at the same time.
Thank you. We agree with you, and we look forward to a field trip perhaps to see North Carolina's fresh fruit and vegetable program. It's a highlight, and it's one that's engaging, and we often will use the terminology feeding and reading. We think if school nutrition can feed students, that we can do all that we can to promote reading among students. So we look forward to the partnerships yet to come. Thank you for your comments.
I love that idea.
Good. Dr. Taylor, you've been a longtime champion of school nutrition programs. Please tell us how the school nutrition programs you've championed as a district superintendent have impacted students' engagement and achievement.
Thank you, Dr. Harvey. I first want to say I'm just so pleased to be on the panel with this distinguished group. And Superintendent Truitt, we certainly thank you for your words. They certainly circumscribe everything that we're trying to do as it relates to teaching and learning. And we know nutrition is a huge part of that. Dr. Harvey, I would say that when we think about addressing engagement and student achievement, I recognize that principals and superintendents and school folk always want to keep their eye on what we call student achievement or student learning. That's one of the things we never want to forget about. But what I can tell you is I learned early on is that we have to recognize what are the barriers to students being able to achieve. And now we recognize that that student hunger or hunger issues are a huge impediment to students being able to learn. And so we've learned so much more about that with the pandemic, that we now peer into kids' homes. We see that issues are much more severe than we imagined. If we think about 365 days, that's, if you do the math, that's roughly 1,100 meals. And quite often schools will provide a third of those meals. So when we have that, that is something that certainly gets in the way of students being able to learn. You heard Superintendent Truitt talk about the water czar, I think it was, or the fruit and water person in overseas when she was there. That speaks volumes to the science of what we know happens to children when the brain is not hydrated and it doesn't have the energy. If we can begin to focus on those things that we absolutely can control, then that gives us the opportunity to be able to help students achieve. We were able to do those things in the district where I was to put a concerted focus on removing barriers so that students do have the opportunity to learn. Superintendent talks about the need of having a quality teacher. But we've got to remember that if we can connect quality teachers with prepared students, that is how we get students to learn. And so that is the one thing that I want to be able to express to everyone who can hear my voice, is that we need to use all of the influence that we have to remove those barriers so we can focus on the teaching and the learning.
And it's remarkable, as a superintendent, you did so much to move school nutrition programs forward in your district. You partnered so well with your school nutrition director. And tell us your suggestions for how we would continue to partner superintendents, school nutrition professionals, to bring about this kind of robust school nutrition program, the kind you had in Bladen County.
Absolutely. I think the first thing we need to do is is to make sure that superintendents understand the importance of developing a really good relationship with their child nutrition directors. In the future, perhaps this is something that we could do in a more concentrated effort where we have those superintendents and child nutrition directors to come forward. What I can tell you is that superintendents focus on teaching and learning, and this is one of those ancillary things that they may not think about. The one thing that I learned most was from Jeff Swartz and Amy Stanley, who were child nutrition directors that I worked closely with when I was in Clinton City and in Bladen County. And I can tell you that relationship that I established with Amy helped me to understand what it is that could happen. In addition to that, when we think about policy, much of what happens with child nutrition in the district is really controlled by local policy. And so through the work that I did with Amy Stanley, we were able to actually go to the school board, do presentations, bring awareness. And at that point, those people in a position to make policy begin to create that. And then that, I don't want to say it forces schools, but it makes schools recognize that this is something that's expected and we have to acquiesce. And so it's about getting superintendents to understand this relationship is necessary. They need to know that child nutrition director. They need to be a part of their cabinet and have them at the forefront of every decision that you make concerning children.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. That seat at the table is so important. Thank you again for being the leader to make that chair, if you will, available to that school nutrition professional. We look forward to that opportunity statewide as we move forward together.
Absolutely.
Julie, we're excited about your new role as special advisor to the department. Tell us a little about this new opportunity and tell us as well about your experiences as that classroom teacher. How did nutritious meals at school impact your students? And equally important, for those food insecure students, what impact did you see when access to food was limited?
Sure. Well, I'll start with that. It's not a story that I am shy to tell to this group. When I was a classroom teacher several years ago, before my district became a CEP district, I would oftentimes recognize that students were packing food in their backpacks after lunch. And I was having a hard time teaching in some of my classes, some of my students, and I recognized that the hunger that my students were experiencing was their biggest barrier to even just being physically present in the classroom, let alone their ability to learn. And so my family and I have always participated very robustly in our backpack program in our community and with our schools. And when Rutherford County became a CEP district and we were able to offer meals at no cost to all of our students, regardless of their socioeconomic background, I recognized that my students were able to come to school and come to class and were not having to deal with the hunger issues that they were having to deal with prior to that. So I recognize what Superintendent Truitt was saying, that and what Dr. Taylor said as well, recognizing the science of feeding our kids and the importance of feeding our kids and making sure that the food is in the classroom and that the food is accessible throughout the day is as important, if not more important, than being able to deliver certain types of curriculum and instruction. You have to be able to get those students to meet their base level of needs before they're able to excel as scholars. Like my friend Matt Bristow Smith says, all of his students are scholars, and every student has the ability to become a scholar and to be a scholar and to actualize themselves as a scholar, but they cannot do that if their basic human needs are not met. So as an educator, it's important to me to understand how my school or how our schools are meeting those base levels of needs of my students, so that then I can do my job to teach them. But it's not just my job as a teacher. Like you said in the introduction, that I truly believe that every single person who is involved in the school system is an educator. from the cafeteria to the classroom, from the bus garage to the boardroom. If you are a custodian, a front office staff, if you're in the superintendent's office, or you're sitting anywhere involved in public education, you are an educator, because your clients are students. And it's you, if you are not meeting the needs of your clients and meeting the needs of your students, then what are we doing? So we all have to be a part of this together. My new role with Superintendent Truitt's office is to be an educator advocate and an educator engagement specialist, and to be an advisor to her on all things about educators. And that includes understanding like the things she talked about, like the science of reading, like assessment, like looking at how teachers are part of the fabric of our school systems and really recognizing their voice and closing that feedback loop. But it's also helping our teachers across the state be able to understand their role in every moment of a child's life while they are in the classroom and beyond. Because it is about being an excellent educator. It is about being highly qualified, but not just in my subject area, but about my students. I don't teach English when I'm an English teacher. I teach students. I just happen to use English to do that, but I also use other things as well. So how can I help engage teachers across the state to become that excellent teacher, and to also inform what we're doing at the department and with the state board and the General Assembly and the governor's office about how policy affects the classroom and affects our students. Before COVID, many of our kindergartners, in fact, 35% of our kindergartners entered kindergarten having experienced some kind of trauma. Well, that ship has sailed, because now after COVID, every single kid, every single teacher, every single human has experienced some kind of trauma over the course of the last almost 365 days. So how do we deal with and address the mental health, the social emotional needs, whole child issues that are of great concern? We're not just looking at kids who were eligible for free and reduced lunch, who were eligible for SNAP and PEBT or EBT benefits. We're looking at kids who might not have ever had that in their future, and now it is their current reality. So how are we going to meet those needs, and how can we best address and prepare our teachers to help do that? I'm also not just necessarily worried about the learning gap. I'm worried about the learner gap, and not the learning loss, but the learner loss. How many of our kids are not showing up for hybrid and remote instruction, or how many of them are not showing up for face-to-face? And what are we going to do to be able to bring those kids back to school and make sure that we're addressing their needs as humans first, as scholars second, but both of them long-term? Our partners at No Kid Hungry several years ago released a study that showed that kids who have breakfast as part of their instructional day will attend school more. And schools that offer that to their kids can reduce chronic absenteeism by up to 6 percentage points. I wonder what that will be post-COVID, and how we're going to address our kids and bring them back into the building by offering them food and being able to get them in, and then address all of the other things. How incredible it's going to be for us to offer meals to our students when they come back, and how great it is that we have advocates like Representative Adams, and like you, Dr. Harvey, and Freebird McKinney, who you're going to hear from next, who are advocating at the state, the local, and the national level to make sure that we're going to be able to offer those meals to our students. We know that when our kids are fed, they're going to do better, because hungry kids can't learn. And I also want to think too, there are other things that food offerings in school can do to address learning loss. When we feed our kids and kids are fed 3 meals a day, and when they're getting some of those meals as part of the instructional day, we can increase our math standardized test scores by up to 17.5%. That alone would make me want to institute meals as part of the instructional day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Attendance increases, participation increases, disciplinary issues decrease. But more importantly than any of that, our kids need to see us, see them. I've seen lessons happen in the cafe that have far greater reach than lessons that happen in the classroom. And so when our school nutrition staff are able to teach things like manners and like greeting, and they know our kids and they see them, those kids feel like they're part of the fabric of our school. And I just want to say thank you to Superintendent Truitt for recognizing that teachers are part of the fabric of advancing education, but so are school nutrition professionals. And I will continue in this role to advocate for school meals to be a part of the instructional day, and to work with teachers and other educators and to partner with you to make sure that we are feeding our kids body, mind, and soul every single day.
Julie, thank you so much for your insights. And you've done so much to advance school nutrition programs across the state, and certainly have been instrumental in the expansion of school breakfast. Now that our students are coming back into the classroom, you and I have had some conversations recently about the role of school nutrition personnel in being involved in that social, emotional experience that our students are involved in at this point. Tell us what advice you'd offer to the school nutrition community about our role in being there for students, not just the food that we provide, but the emotional nourishment that we can offer as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. And honestly, that role has not stopped. In fact, it has been amplified over the last year. Our school nutrition professionals, many of them met as soon as the governor made the announcement to shut down schools. Our school nutrition directors and school nutrition professionals and principals, superintendents were meeting that night and into the next day to make sure that our kids were fed starting Monday morning right after that closure was announced. And they have not stopped. Many of them have worked tirelessly through spring breaks, through the summer, have made sure that kids were fed over Thanksgiving and Christmas meals and breaks. Our school nutrition professionals have done things like dressed up at the curbside, like what Melody was saying from the Bethel School. I ate lunch at the Bethel School on Tuesday in Watauga County, and I got one of those boxes that one of those teacher assistants had written on, "I see you and have a great day," with a great big smiley face. Like, they are doing things big and small to address the social emotional needs of our kids. And they are the front line for that. So showing up and smiling. I can remember my cafeteria manager in my school at RS Central High School, Lori, and she would pass out a biscuit over when kids would come through the line, and she wouldn't let go of that biscuit until that kid looked at her in the eye and said hello or responded to her good morning. You know, she was teaching them that not only did she see them, but she thought that it was important that they saw her, and that relationship building between them was an important moment. So what can you do? See the kids and make sure that they know that you see them and that you value them. And I think that's such a great story. I hope that you'll continue to do that, and just know that we across the state value the work that you're doing, and not just feeding our kids, but when Dr. Harvey says body, mind, and soul, that is exactly what you are doing. You're putting food into their bellies, you're engaging their minds, but you're reaching into their souls and letting them know that their existence on earth and in your presence is powerful and important. And I hope that Superintendent Truitt, or maybe I'm gonna tee her up for a little bit later at the end to maybe talk a little bit about her vision and her greeting that really speaks to that.
Great idea. Thank you so much, Julie. We appreciate your thoughts. We appreciate your passion. Thank you. Freebird, welcome this afternoon. You've been on the front
how are you all
lines
today?
Hello, yes, you've been on the front lines of informing legislative priorities and keeping our elected officials well informed about our statewide education needs. What insights can you offer about what lies ahead in this legislative session?
So before we pivot to the future, I want to take us a little bit back into the past. And if you look at my wrist, I wear two little wristbands everywhere I go. And the first one is a lime green one, and it is from the Extra Yard for Teachers program that I participated in with the State Teacher of the Year. And it reminds me that at my core, I am a teacher, and that I've got to make sure that academic instruction is key in much of what I'm trying to bridge between the leaders that I work for and the leaders that I'm working with. The other one, though, is the orange one. And we all know what the orange one means. And that's the No Kid Hungry one. And what these do is that they provide that connection to the core of who I am as a village teacher. And that while instruction is so important and valuable, the social, emotional, and the mental health, and particularly the child nutrition needs that our students have, are vital in preparing the next generation of our citizens. Superintendent Truitt mentioned it. Like, imagine this future that if we focused on two things, how generationally transformational this state could be. And that is if we focused on teaching every single kid how to read. And I believe that her vision and the strategic plan of the state board is laser focused on this as we're moving in a transitional recovery phase from COVID. But also, what if we fed every kid? What if we could take those two pieces of our dedicated, committed, as Julie said, every educator across this state, and those were our two dedicated pieces. And I don't think we're that far away. And COVID and North Carolina is no stranger to disaster. And I believe that every time our state and all of our citizens face that disaster, we look at it with opportunity to change, to reimagine, to transform, and to re-envision what is possible. And this is occurring right now. And Dr. Harvey, you were instrumental in our discussions back in March with the General Assembly leading to House Bill 1043. And it showed one of the most committed and dedicated answers to child nutrition and the needs that COVID-19 exacerbated in our state. I mean, a $75 million commitment from the CRF funds to make sure that our kids were provided for, to make sure that our transportation and child nutrition workers was supported. And that's a huge moment to reflect to the rest of the nation, like what this issue means to North Carolina. And it's really broadening out from 1023, where we also looked at allotting transportation funds to make sure that we could continue serving our kids and delivering that food when we were not quite yet in person. And these discussions have continued. And what Julie and I and many others, Dr. Taylor, Dr. Emery, Dr. Stegall, Superintendent Truitt, what we're trying to do is to get out into our districts and to make sure that our legislators understand the depths of dedication and service that our child nutrition staff has as we're making our district visits. And I believe this has been a really important part of the process of allowing our legislators and our GR members and our policymakers to really get in touch. And I've watched Senator Ballard walk into, the cafeteria at an elementary school in Allegheny County and have a 20-minute conversation about their service and their passion and joy for feeding the kids. And we've worked with Senator Sanderson and Senator Steinberg out in the eastern part of our state and taking them to schools. And Representative Sain and Representative Clemens, Representative Horn, Representative Goodwin, just to name a few, have been in our cafeterias, have listened to the stories, have learned, and I believe it's had a great impact on not only what was taken care of in earlier bills. You mentioned 1023 and making sure that we're providing those costs for free and reduced lunch, particularly reduced lunch. We're asking for a policy change there to move that date because of the national waivers to this next school year, again, in hopes that we continue this recognition of how important it is. Superintendent Truitt mentioned that Maslow hierarchy of needs. And I think that's the essence of what we're talking about here is to build the totality of that student, to truly understand and allow that self-actualization, that highest point to happen. All of those basic needs must happen before our students become those scholars. So this is aligned to the State Board of Education. Julie mentioned a resolution that is being worked on between the board, the governor's office, and DPI that would recognize meals as an instructional part of the day. I mean, that actualization right there is key, again, in lifting these pieces up to policymakers. We've added this in our strategic plan goal of the state board and synthesized this with Superintendent Truitt, that as we eliminate opportunity gaps for our students in North Carolina, we must improve the school climate measures across our states. And this is very indicative of how are we going to provide more innovative strategies to get meals and services to our students. This could be breakfast in the classroom, breakfast after the bell, I was thrilled to watch this process unfold in my own home district of Alamettes Burlington school system, with Child Nutrition Director Pamela Bailey and her staff's dedication to following through with these initiatives, as you realize just the true impact it can have on that social emotional well-being and our academic pieces. I also wanted to lift up what Dr. Taylor said is our job, and Julie and I, and many of our other colleagues across the state, we call them educator diplomats. Our job is to advocate from our personal and professional experiences just how important it is to lift this up to those who are listening. And that's the pivot to the future that I think we absolutely have the ability to do. We can move literacy and the need to make sure that our children are fed, our students are fed, body, mind, and soul, to the uppermost of our voices and what we're advocating for. So I just want to say thank you to everybody on this call. Your dedication is limitless. We've seen it, we've listened to it, we've heard it, but also everybody on this panel. It's going to take all of us to collaborate and the collective leadership that's represented here and to move this initiative and its continued forward into the 21-22 school year, and advocating for further waivers at the federal level. And I also, real quickly, also wanted to lift up the federal support that Dr. Harvey and I, particularly in our advocacy, received from Senator Tillis's office and our friend Andrew Nam up there. They were incredible partners in this, and really provided a line of communication, a feedback loop that allowed for many of the things that have transpired in our state to unfold. So it takes a true village, and all of us represented and represent these village teachers that we need. And moving forward, I'm honored to be a part of this team. So thank you for the opportunity to share. And we look forward to continuing to advocate in these pieces moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Freebird. We appreciate your leadership in this policy arena. And it's not uncommon for us to look at a legislative director such as yourself, a liaison of sorts, and assume that you're going to do all the heavy lifting on the issues. But I would ask you, what advice would you offer to us, those of us who are boots on the ground every day in the school nutrition programs? What can we do to help to support you in the policy advocacy arena? What can we do?
I feel like what Superintendent Truitt has collected and assembled is a group of educator diplomats of true, that the experience, the wisdom, the insight, and the perspective. And what we're really trying to do is to try to reach out across this state to our districts to build that feedback loop, as Julie says, at every single level. Whether that's our child nutrition directors, whether that's our custodial workers, whether that's our educators. Superintendent Truitt has also provided a position for principal engagement, so to engage our school leaders, and also in workforce development, a special advisor. So continue to lift up the stories of how you all are transcending the impact of not only COVID, but of the needs of child nutrition across our state. And I feel like that's what this organization and what this collection of individuals, I've had the participation of the ability to participate now the last 4 years. And I'm absolutely humbled to listen to these stories. And the more and more you tell these anecdotal stories that we can lift up, that we can bring back, that we can align as we're looking at policy, as we're looking at statutes, as we're looking at budget requests, the more we can convey those stories. And please reach out to us when you've got that lighthouse moment, so that we can come, so that we can look at it, so that we can then bring it back. And as we were saying, invite the legislators, invite the policymakers to your schools, to your districts, to watch your students have the opportunity to have breakfast, lunch, to have the snacks that are delivered, and many districts providing that third meal. Like, those are stories that have to be amplified, that have to be echoed. And it's going to take all of your dedication on the ground, but you be in that feedback loop. Because while the decisions sometimes are made at the state level, the work is done at the local level. So please, continue that feedback loop.
Thank you. Thank you. We promise to do that and to let you know when there are opportunities where that picture speaks volumes. And yes. I think that once legislators and decision makers of any kind, whether it's a local board of education, a local county commissioner, or a U.S. congresswoman, it's important for them to see actually what's happening in the backyards of school facilities, just to see where children are being nourished, body, mind, and spirit. So thank you for that. We've had a great conversation today, and I'd like to give our panelists one last opportunity for sharing their thoughts, their ideas, their words of advice.
Well, Dr. Harvey, I'll jump in and take this opportunity. The one thing that I would say to everyone is that the future of school nutrition really starts at the local level. And what that means is that we can create all kinds of policies at the state, national level. But in order to affect that, it really happens at the local level and what a person believes. That is how we get people to see the things that we're talking about. We did an initiative, and you're familiar with this, a few years ago, working with the governor's office and No Kid Hungry to identify specific districts that had issues. And we brought those districts in. And through the work that we did, I want to give kudos to Jeff Booker in Gaston County, someone who's absolutely grounded in teaching and learning, never had this idea or thought, and now he's one of the biggest advocates that we have in terms of school nutrition. And so it's about, as people have already said, bringing awareness to what an issue is, now recognizing that the COVID pandemic has opened everyone's eyes. And I think that if we take advantage of this opportunity, because communities have not forgotten, they will not forget what they've seen as a result of this pandemic. And so we now have a silver lining to a cloud to allow us to go back and actually affect change based on something that we know is needed. And so our long-term goal is about K-3 literacy, but this is a huge piece of that. And I think we have all the components sitting right in front of us.
Absolutely. Thank you. Freebird, Julie, Superintendent Truitt?
Sure. I was gonna so I just want to talk about like the importance of food and really advocating for the meals, not just with students, but with parents and teachers. So I'm going to tell two very quick stories because I know our time is limited. When I was in the classroom, I had a student who would get so excited about school lunch and every day wanted to know what the meal was. And so they, in the mornings, they would have the school meal put up on the morning announcements that they had that were portrayed up on the screen. And I had this one kid who got so excited on chicken pie day. And I was like, what? Why are you so excited about chicken pie? He said, Miss Pittman, I'm gonna tell you what, that chicken pie that we serve at the school is better than my grandma's. And if you tell my grandma that, I'm gonna have to hurt you. So like just the excitement that kids get over school meals. So I had to go and check out the chicken pie, and you know what? It was delicious. And so I think when teachers and kids can share a meal and really talk about the importance of the meal and how good it is, teachers are gonna advocate for kids to eat their meals. Parents are gonna advocate for it too. When I was in a district earlier this week, this one kid was coming through the line and they were serving orange chicken, and he had come back through a second time and he just said, I love these orange chicken balls. So he had to come back and get some more because they were so good. So I just think, do what you do, and that is serve kids with love and let them know how important they are and how important the food is, but also advocate for that food with your parents and your teachers too. So I think the more we're all buying into the food, the more that we're going to be able to increase that participation. But more than that, we're going to make sure that we're feeding our kids, especially those who absolutely need it, or those who think that chicken pie is better than grandma's.
Absolutely. That's quite a compliment. That's quite a compliment. You know, Julie, earlier in our conversation, you mentioned something about a special greeting that we're learning from our superintendent. Earlier today, I was on a call with Superintendent Truitt, and she shared what that greeting is and what it means. Superintendent, would you be so kind to share it with our participants today? Because I think it will resonate with us and become something of a benchmark for our conference, a message that we can share with one another and with our students.
Yes, I would be happy to. And I'm going to put the word in the chat so that then I can explain it. So I am putting it all attendees. And the word is Salbona. And Salbona is a Zulu greeting, which means I see you. And the reason why I think it's important to encourage one another to greet each other by saying I see you is because we've been living in this world for the last year now where we're not in the same space, the same physical space together. We're seeing each other through technology, which is great, and we're all thankful that that we can still have this option. But it's about more than just seeing someone in a physical way. It's about seeing who they are as a person, seeing who they are, mind, body, and soul, as you said, Dr. Harvey. And so I think when I think about this greeting, Salbona, I see you, what I'm saying is that I acknowledge you, I acknowledge who you are as an individual. And you can see here, Dr. Taylor has posted the response, which is Yebo Salbona, which is I see you too. And so if we could all see each other, you know, we all practice, you know, the expression you're listening to me, but you're not hearing me. Mm-hmm. You're hearing me, maybe it's you're hearing me, but you're not listening to me. We all need to work on seeing one another. And when I go into meetings with my team, we will, someone will remember to throw that Salbona greeting in the chat. And it just reminds us, it centers us all around the fact that we are all individuals coming together in the same place in the same time to do the same mission, which is to improve outcomes for our kids.
Thank you. Thank you. I suspect we're going to see that term, that greeting, permeate the messaging from our conference. And thank you for sharing that with us. I think this is something that school nutrition does extraordinarily well in looking at that child, not just as someone in the other area of the serving line, but as a child who has very unique and special needs, and to resonate. I see you, and I want to support you in any way possible is a powerful message for all of us in the education community. I do want to close today by thanking each of our panelists for investing your time, sharing your expertise, your insights, your enthusiasm with us. We certainly look forward to partnering with you as we work together to promote sound nutrition and education policy in the weeks and months to come. Thank you again, panelists.
Thank you so much to everyone for that fantastic discussion. We truly appreciate each of you and your participation in our conference today. We're headed into the final session of our conference, but we have a few features you don't want to miss. During the break, enjoy more pivot talks from people feeding kids across the state. And don't forget that you can find all the performances and pivot talks on our conference website, carolinahungerinitiative.org. Then in 5 minutes, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Make sure you're right back here for our closing session, including a message from our friend, Principal Tabari Wallace of Craven County, who was responsible for a wonderful, heartwarming pivot that was featured on the national news last spring. See you back here in 5 minutes.
Buncombe County School Nutrition is here for you.
We're here for you.
We're here for you.
Greetings from Child Nutrition and the SNA of Cumberland County. We're sending you this hello today from Segra Stadium in Fayetteville, home of the Woodpeckers. We're proud to report that we are knocking it out of the park, ensuring our students have nutritious and delicious meals to help them score big.
I'm Daniel.
I'm Tammy.
I'm Aaron. I'm Chef Nick.
And we are the BCPS Child Nutrition Team.
Here at BCPS, nothing will stop us from serving our students.
Hi, from Craven County. We nourish all students because they are our core, our center, our success.
Hello, my name is Jada Brown. I'm the Child Nutrition Director for Cleveland County Schools. It's my privilege to celebrate and honor the child nutrition heroes that serve meals every day in North Carolina.
Hello from Edgecombe County Child Nutrition, where we served over 1.2 million students since March.
Hi, I'm Patricia Creek, Child Nutrition Director for Granville County Public Schools. As of today, we are about 25,000 meals shy of meeting 1 million meals served since the pandemic began on March 15th. We are still making a difference, one child and one meal at a time.
Hello from Haywood County School Nutrition and the wonderful staff at Tuscola High School in the beautiful mountains of western North Carolina. Since March, we've served 1.25 million meals.
Greetings from Hickory Public Schools Nutrition Program. We're just rolling with it.
Hey, I'm Dana Edwards, School Nutrition Director for Johnston County Public Schools, and also the School Nutrition Association of North Carolina President-elect. In Johnston County, we have continued to serve curbside meals this year, and since March of 2020, we have served over 1.5 million meals. Can't wait to see you all at conference.
Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there.
Welcome from New Hanover County Schools. Our Child Nutrition Department has served over 1.6 million meals.
Hey, from Randolph County Schools. We show up because we believe well-fed kids make well-read kids.
Hello, my name is Lois Hood. I'm with Richmond County Schools in Hamlet, North Carolina. We've had a great staff, great success, and just been heroes serving these meals during this pandemic. And I'm very proud of my staff.
Good morning, everyone. This is Carolyn Barton from School Nutrition Services in Transylvania County, land of waterfalls in beautiful western North Carolina. We're pleased that we're serving most of our students now under Plan B, and we look forward to hearing from everyone across the state this morning. We hope everyone has a great day.
We are WAIT, where we serve kids.
What starts here changes everything.
Greetings from Washington County Schools. We're a proud partner of No Kid Hungry, serving over 100,000 meals since the beginning of the school year. Way to go, child nutrition staff.
Hello from Rockingham County Schools, North Carolina's North Star. We want to remind all of the school nutrition champions that we don't just make a difference, we are the difference.
Hi, everyone. Our final session will begin in just a few minutes. In the meantime, we've got another Menti.com poll for you to participate in from your phone or computer. Just head to Menti.com and type in the number at the top of the screen. Welcome back, everyone. I just love that roll call video. Thanks to all of you who sent us a message. I can't believe we've already reached our final session of conference. We've heard from so many incredible speakers and have covered so many different topics, stories, pivots, and strategies. It's hard to imagine it was even possible to fit it all in, but we have proof that we did because our graphic recorder, Karen, has been keeping track of it all. Let's check in one last time with Karen. Hello, Karen. Looking terrific.
Thank you. I've been muted all day.
Yeah, looks great. Thank you. I like the big 6 in the middle.
Thanks. It's been full of great information today from everybody, so it makes my job a little easier.
Good. Well, we have a couple of things left to add, but you can already tell what a jam-packed day we've had. And so I love those orange and blue colors, and the fact you've got Ray there, that's very exciting. We'll look forward to seeing that when it's finished. Images of Karen's graphics from both days will be one of the many materials and resources we share with you after the conference. So thanks again, Karen. As we complete our pivot and begin moving into the future, what will our first actions be? What did we learn this week that is going to guide us in our work going forward? No doubt you have your own plans and ideas, but if you need help getting started, our team has a few action steps for you to consider. So we'll hear from our team one by one. First up is Jessica Soldevini.
So for parents and families, support school meals. Whether or not your child qualifies for free or reduced price meals, making sure they take advantage of the nutrition options available at schools helps ensure that your school nutrition department has the financial support it needs to continue benefiting all kids in the community. And if your household does qualify for free and reduced price meals through schools, make sure you have your form in with your school district. Although meals have been free for all during this emergency period, the documentation will be important going forward. Plus, having your status on file can lead to all kinds of additional benefits for both your household and your school, related to areas such as college applications, district funding, the pandemic EBT benefits, and more.
For school nutrition teams, stay flexible. You've proven to yourselves that you can pivot time and time again and adapt in a crisis. Don't stop now. When you enter your new normal period, put an emphasis on the word new. School nutrition programs have been around for a long time and change is inevitable. We have to continue to meet kids where they are in order to best serve them. And secondly, keep building those bonds between school nutrition and other parts of the school family. Many teachers and administrators and community members have had their eyes opened during the past year to how critical the services you provide are for your students. Build on this momentum and find ways to continue expanding access to healthy meals as we return to in-person learning. Remember, always, students cannot learn if they're hungry.
Next is community organizations. Community organizations have been such an amazing partner in working with the school districts, and I encourage you all to continue those partnerships. When COVID first hit, you all came on like gangbusters. Everyone who had ever served meals felt like it felt like you all came out of the woodwork to still serve children's meals. And then when it continued through the summer, and then when the fall began, then there was a priority for the school nutrition teams to be serving the children, and there were not as many community organizations, but I encourage those partnerships to rebuild. We heard about so many opportunities here today where without those partnerships, it would not have been able to, the work would not have continued to go on, and certainly would never have been able to expand like it did. So reach out. We'll do everything we can to try to highlight the partnerships as they're built, and we encourage you to form them. Whether you're a school nutrition director or you're a community organization, talk to one another and show each other how you can fill the gap. There are many more children still to be served. Go partnerships.
For everyone, use your voice and share your story. During the past 2 days, you've seen the power of sharing stories. Principals, teachers, community leaders, elected officials, volunteers, and nutrition professionals have all given their perspective on the work of making sure no child goes hungry. Keep telling your stories. People only know about your successes and how to replicate that success in their own community when you share it with them. There are communications departments, volunteers, and students ready and waiting with their phones, cameras, and social media accounts to help you spread the word.
And to volunteers, community leaders, and other supporters who are here because they care about the health of the kids in our state, stay informed and spread the word. It starts with you, the time you volunteer and the food you donate to support your community. It starts with you, the tax dollars that fund the federally assisted child nutrition programs so many families rely on. And it starts with you, the seed of interest that grows into action, that grows into passion. We depend on you to spread the word about the need in our state and the work being done to meet it. Continue learning, continue sharing. We are grateful for it. If you're leaving this conference with a great takeaway, epiphany, or action step of your own, please share it on social media with the hashtag NC Child Hunger Leaders so that we can all share your insights. We've heard the stories of many pivots this week, but to end the conference, we have one of the most inspiring pivot stories of the year. It doesn't have to do with feeding kids' bodies, but it does have to do with feeding kids' spirits. Check out this video from April of last year when schools had closed and it was unlikely that they would be opening in time for graduation.
This is for you, sweetheart. We're going to plant this here, okay? Education and the staff administration.
What an inspiring video and an inspiring person. Tabari Wallace is the principal of West Craven High School in Craven County Schools and was the 2018 North Carolina Principal of the Year. He's also a child hunger hero, having worked with the nutrition team in Craven County to implement a second chance breakfast program that drastically increased the number of students eating a healthy breakfast at school. I'm so happy to invite Tabari to give our closing message for today. Welcome our friend, Tabari Wallace.
Well, hello, everyone. How are y'all doing today? Can you see me? Mic check. Can you see me? All right, let's get it in. If you are still here, you share the same passion and the same drive and the same mission to ensure that no kid goes hungry in the Old North State. Our conference theme today is Pivot to the Future, and we will do whatever it takes, no matter what. We just kind of stole that from Buncombe nutrition team. All right, but we talked a lot about all the different ways we had to pivot this year. Teachers, school nutrition professionals, food banks, community leaders, volunteers, churches, policymakers, bus drivers, parents, even our brand new state superintendent, Catherine Truitt. We've all had to make a lot of changes to provide for our kids. And it's good that we can recognize each other's sacrifice and learn from each other's hard work. I'm glad we've taken a few days to share these pivots with each other. But don't forget, there's someone out there beside our peers, beside the legislature, beside of a lot of our partners we've discussed just here in the last hour, who have been watching the work that we've done. And those are our babies. Those are our babies. And I call them our babies. Some will call them kids, but those are our babies because they're ours between the hours of 8 and 3. These kids have seen every pivot. They've seen what matters to us, what we're willing to do, and what mountains we are looking to move. They've seen the proof during the past that we value them. They've seen that we're willing to do whatever it takes, no matter what. When everything seemed strange, different, scary, those kids were confronted by familiar faces and a warm meal at the curbside pickup line this past semester, actually in the spring semester of 2020, that tough year. And that's why we do this work. It's for the babies. We know they need us. We know they're watching us to see how we respond to the crisis because they look to us for direction. I'm going to give you an illustration of what it takes. What it takes is the No Kid Hungry Army that rose up at a moment's notice after the March 13th decision to close the schools due to the pandemic. We used some funds that we were not going to be able to use to make sure that we mobilized our fleet of buses across this state. And we sent an army out to go and feed each and every child under our purview. And while we were feeding them, we found some loopholes that we can also feed some in the community who needed it. Just 3 weeks ago, I took a little page from that, partnered with a church, Bethany Christian Church, and we actually did a drive-through. We brought the drive-through back from last year. We actually got them in and they rolled through, and we delivered 380 food boxes while following all COVID-related regulations. They pulled up, they popped the trunk, we put the food in there, we waved them by, they thanked us, and that was good, and they were appreciative. Because of that, we're going to do that one time a month, because that food was gone in 2 hours. 2 hours. So there's the need. That's why our charge and what we do here is so important. While we pivot to the future, right here in Craven County, we noticed that when we first came back, our percentages were low, because we pride ourselves in Craven County on feed the babies. I'm going to tell you that. Lauren Wyan is a monster when it comes to making sure that every child is fed. But we noticed in our percentages at different schools that we were way below from what we were at just last year. So when we looked at it, we noticed that some of us, due to decreased schedules because of COVID, we went back to just doing regular breakfast when the kids get there and not following the processes that had got us to the promised land last year. So when we saw that, Ms. Wayne went and visited certain principals, and then we brought back and put breakfast after the bell again and created innovative and creative schedules to make sure we can accommodate. And I'm here to tell you today, after we crunched the numbers, we're all back to normal, or even we've surpassed where we were last year in our percentages with breakfast and lunch. That is a testament of the triumvirate. And I say that triumvirate exists because of the child nutrition director, Lauren Wayne, yours truly, the principal, and other principals across Craven County, and the cafeteria managers. We work in lockstep together to ensure that no kid will go hungry in Craven County. And no kid hungry, make sure to takes that charge statewide. I'll also tell you something that we noticed as well. We had the babies picking up the lunches to take, because we're on 2 days a week. We had the babies pick up their lunches so they can take them on home and they can be, good for the rest of the week. But we noticed when people are looking, a lot of the children were not coming in line to take the lunches. So we figured out that there's a little stigma. I'm being honest with y'all. There's a stigma where you're looking with your peers that kids are in need. We don't want that. We are innovative. And I'm here to tell you right now that if that's happening and you see a decrease, you check that. Try to be discreet when you're attending to their needs. We changed our process up a little bit, and now we have all the bag lunches going out of there. Just be discreet. Take care of the babies. All right? And I'm going to semi-in with this. I have a little boy that's in this building, and all of Craven County that's watching this know who I'm talking about. His mom had a seizure just 2 weeks ago. The young man is very, very, very reserved. But on that day, he was extremely reserved, where they contacted me and said, Mr. Wallace, we need your help. The cafeteria knew that this young man loved, and when I say loved, he broke his neck when we had peanut butter and jelly. It's the weirdest thing in the world. Cheez-Its, crackers, mozzarella cheese sticks, and I think my cafeteria makes the best sausage biscuits with cheese in the state of North Carolina. All right, we put a bag together and took it down there to this young man. And when we gave him that bag, if you could have seen the adulation in his eyes and how he jumped in my arms, and we ain't even supposed to hug during COVID. If you would have seen him and how that made his day, that's what the cafeteria warriors do. That's what our approach to No Kid Hungry does. But it can, something that simple can turn, I repeat, can turn a child that's going through crisis. Now, as a point of personal privilege, what I'm going to say is we want to thank you on behalf of the kids of North Carolina for the work you're doing. We want to thank you for every extra mile you drive, every extra box you pack, and every extra call you make, and every delivery you make, bus drivers. We ain't forgot about you. And when we make our pivots in the future, make sure you end up pointing in a good direction, because kids are watching and they're following our lead. We are the adults. And they're going to head into that direction and that future with us. But as a point of personal privilege, I'm going to tell you right now, I've been through some things these past couple of weeks. Just know right now, tomorrow is not promised. I need you right now to invest in your babies today. Inspire your babies today, the whole child. Because what you put off, you might can't get done. I want you to make sure you make your impact today. What does your dash stand for? Who have you impacted? Who have you inspired? Because again, tomorrow might be too late. One team, one voice. Ride or fly, baby. Ride or fly. One kid hungry.
Well, we love you too. We do, and we're so thankful that you closed out our conference with this wonderful talk. You are our hero, and so we're all with you 100%. So thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you to everyone who joined us this week for the work you've done to feed kids in our state and for the wonderful things you will do in our future. Please keep an eye out for follow-up emails from our team with links to lots of great content and resources, and a link to an important survey about the conference, which we always read carefully and use to improve the next conference. We are reaching the end of our 10th annual North Carolina No Kid I'm sorry. I just had to take a pause and say, Tabari, that was wonderful. We so appreciate the passion that you bring and the way that you inspire everybody you're around. So we just thank you so much for taking the time today to be with us. That was fantastic. Now, we are reaching the end of our 10th annual North Carolina Child Hunger Leaders Conference, and we are ending much like we began, with gratitude for each of you and the work we do together, with determination to do whatever it takes to end child hunger, and with optimism for the journey ahead. We so appreciate your time over the past 2 days. We appreciate everyone who participated, every video you sent to us, every poster, every speaker, everyone who shared their wisdom and heart with us, every performer who brought us joy. We appreciate all of you who made this conference possible. As we pivot to the future, we look forward to all the ways we can support you, with hope that we will be able to be together with each other again one day soon. From all of us at the Carolina Hunger Initiative, thank you and have a great rest of your day.
Buses arriving, all the kids are striving for a healthy breakfast that will leave them thriving. Thrilled about school lunch, let's feed the whole bunch. No kid goes hungry in our state. Use your voices, make your choices, from the Blue Ridge Parkway to the Kitty Hawk Skyway. We can make a difference for the hungry children. No kid goes hungry in our state. Better access with education will make them stronger for generations, for health and wholeness, for joy and power. No kid goes hungry in our state. Use your voices, make your choices, from the Blue Ridge Parkway to the Kitty Hawk Skyway. We can make a difference for the hungry children. No kid goes hungry in our state. endless skyway. I saw below me that endless valley. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, the redwood forests to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. This land was made for you and me. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Little darling, the smile's returning to their faces. Here comes the